The Omen Machine by Terry Goodkind. Read by Gary Tipton, Chapter 53. The man glanced down at the warm, wet place growing on the front of Henrik's pants and smiled to himself. "This is the boy?" he asked in a deep, iron-hard voice that made Henrik have to remind himself to blink and caused the 7 familiars to drift back up ever so slightly more behind Jit, as if they weren't aware that his voice alone had bulled them back. The hedge-maid let out a short, grating, clicking sound. "Yes, this is him, Bishop Hark," the handless familiar said for her mistress after watching her speak in the strange voice. Bishop Hark glared at Jit for a moment. His gaze lowered deliberately to take in her mouth sewn closed. Then he again turned his terrible eyes on Henrik. The whites of the man's eyes were not white. Not at all. They had been tattooed a bright blood red. The dark iris and pupil in the field of blood red made his eyes seem as if they were looking out from some other world, a world of fire and flame, or perhaps from the underworld itself. But even as frightening as the bishop's eyes were, that was not the most disturbing aspect of the man. The most ghastly thing about him, the thing that made Henrik unable to look away, unable to stop his heart from hammering, unable to draw more than short, shallow breaths, was the man's flesh. Every bit of Bishop Ark was covered with tattooed symbols. Not simply covered, but layered over countless times so that the skin looked something other than human. There was no place that Henrik could see that was not tattooed with some part or element of strange circular designs, each one randomly laid over another, and over yet another, all layer upon layer so that there was no untouched skin visible anywhere, not one speck. The top layers were the darkest, with those under them lighter, the ones under those lighter yet, and so on, as if they continually absorbed down into his flesh, and new ones were constantly being added over the top of those already there. They had an endless, bottomless depth to them, a tangled complexity that was dizzying, as if the symbols were continually seething up from somewhere dark. Looking down through the ever deeper levels of designs gave the man's skin a three-dimensional appearance. Because the layers made it hard to tell just where the surface of the skin actually was in all the floating elements, it gave Bishop Ark a shadowy, somewhat hazy, somewhat ghostly appearance. Henrik felt sure that if the man wished it, he could vanish at will into the fog of floating symbols. Because of the way the underlayers were lighter than the ones on top of them, each symbol, regardless of how many layers down it was distinct and recognizable. The symbols were all different sizes, and from what Henrik could tell, endlessly different designs. Almost all of them seemed to be a collection of smaller symbols assembled into larger circular elements. The bishop's hands and what Henrik could see of his wrists sticking out from his black coat were completely covered with the designs. Even his fingernails appeared to be tattooed beneath, with the designs visible right through the nail itself. His neck above his tight collar was covered all around, as was his entire throat. His face, every part of his face, was covered with emblems by the hundreds, if not thousands. Even his eyelids were tattooed. Even the man's ears, every fold and as far down inside as Henrik could see, were completely covered in the same kind of strange tattoos of circular symbols on top of circular symbols, on top of yet more of the symbols. While the bishop's entire bald head was tattooed over with the designs, one dominated them all. It was larger than all the others. The bottom edge of that large circle crossed over the center of his nose and swept to each side beneath his eyes, going around just above his ears to cover the rest of the crown of the skull. Inside the circle was another, and between them a ring of runes. A triangle sitting within the inner circle crossed horizontally just above the man's brow. Smaller, secondary circular symbols floating outside the points of the triangle that broke the circles covered each temple, with the third at the point of the triangle on the back of his head. The way it was laid out made it appear as if the man was glaring out with those haunting red eyes from within the circular symbol, as if he were looking out from the underworld. In the center of the triangle toward the front of the man's skull was a backward figure 9. That large tattoo covering the top of his bald head was darker than all the others, not just because it looked to be the most recently added, but because the lines composing it were heavier. Even so, lying as it was over layers of hundreds of other random emblems, it was evident that it was merely a part of a much larger purpose. All the tattoos and all their many different designs still seemed to be variations of the same basic themes. They were symbols laid out in circles of every size, even circles within circles within circles, with some of the symbols contained within those circles made up of other smaller designs. Taken in totality, it was a profoundly unsettling sight to see a man so given over to such an occult purpose. It all made him a very dark, living, moving, fluid illustration, with every design down through the countless layers clearly discernible. Henrik imagined that if the bishop were naked, he would still be totally hidden behind the veil of symbols. The only place Henrik could see that was not tattooed with the symbols was the man's eyes, and they were tattooed red. Bishop Park saw several of the familiars glance nervously behind him, back down the hall. He smiled. "I didn't bring her with me," he said in answer to the unspoken question haunting their eyes. "I sent her on an errand." The familiars bowed their heads in acknowledgment, and as if to apologize for being so nosy. The wide eyes of one of the people woven into the wall behind Jit stared fixedly at Bishop Park. Terror shaped the man's expression and left him unable to look away when the bishop glanced up at him. The man swallowed over and over, as if trying to swallow a scream fighting to make its way out. All the people in the walls seemed incapable of making a sound, though this man clearly seemed like he was about to scream. Bishop Park lifted a hand toward the man trapped in the wall. It was not an overt motion to point at the man, but a casual gesture. A slack hand held out on a partially raised arm, fingers barely extended. Nonetheless, it was clearly directed at the man encased in the wall and unable to stop staring at the bishop. "Be still," Bishop Park said in a low voice, hardly more than a whisper, but as deadly as anything Henrik had ever heard. The man gasped, sucking in short, sharp breaths. He pulled in one last long breath as his eyes rolled back in his head. He shook violently but briefly, then slumped, at least as much as he could slump, woven as he was into the tangle of sticks, twigs, and vines. After a final shiver, his whole body went completely slack. The last breath of air left his lungs in a long, low wheeze. The bishop looked around at other eyes watching him from the walls. "Anyone else?" In the silence, every eye behind layers of twigs and branches turned away. Bishop Park smirked at the hedge maid. "There you go. Freshly dead fluids for your little helpers here to suck out and feed you." The hedge maid's big black eyes revealed nothing. She let out a low rasping squeal, broken by several clicks. One of the familiars, watching Jit speak in the strange language, waited until she was finished, and then leaned toward the bishop, showing contempt on behalf of her mistress. "Jit wishes to know why you have come here." "Isn't it obvious?" He lifted his arm out to the side, toward Henrik as he addressed Jit. "I have come to make sure that you complete the task I gave you." After a long pause, Jit gave him a single nod. The bishop's brow drew down, deforming the symbol on his forehead, pulling the center of it lower with his eyebrows. "Now, you have wasted enough of my time. I expect you not to waste any more of it. The boy is finally here. Get on with it." Jit watched him for a moment, then turned her attention to Henrik and motioned for him to come closer. Chapter 54. Henrik feared to take a step toward the hedge maid. As she made a soft cooing sound while gesturing for him to come closer, he could only stare at the leather cord stitched through her lips, keeping her mouth from opening more than a mere slit. Some of the holes where the leather thong penetrated her flesh oozed a pinkish fluid, as if the effort of calling him forward re-injured the wounds. He wondered why her lips were stitched closed. He realized that his feet were shuffling forward even though he'd had no intention of moving. He found himself helpless to stop himself from inching ever closer to her outstretched hands. His own arms lifted of their own accord. No amount of strength on his part could have prevented it. His fists led the way as he moved toward her. Her hands, stained dark with what he feared to imagine, at last closed tight around his wrists. Closer in to her, he noticed that there was an odd smell about her, a kind of soft but sickening odor that he couldn't identify, but it made his nose wrinkle and his throat try to close off so he couldn't breathe it in. Though she was a small woman, she had powerfully strong fingers. He tried to back away, but he couldn't. He felt trapped in her grip. He had no control, no say in any of it. Jit made another vibrating, clicking, squealing sound. As close as he was to her, Henry could only stare into her intense black eyes with speechless fright, unable to think of what she wanted from him, what she was going to do to him. She leaned toward him and made the same sound again. He didn't know what she was saying. He only knew that she wanted something. One of the familiars bent toward him over the hedge-maid's shoulder. "Open your fists," she hissed impatiently. His breaths coming in short, rapid pulls, he tried with all his might to do as he had been told. Despite his best efforts, his hands would not open. He'd held them tightly closed for so long they'd become frozen into tight knots. Despite how much he tried, how much he wanted to obey, he could not will his fingers to uncurl. He stared at them, trying frantically to make them open, fearing what she would do to him if he didn't do as he'd been told. Jit seemed unconcerned. Her strong fingers began peeling his fingers open one at a time. It hurt something fierce to have them move after all the time they had been held fisted. Each one tingled with stabbing pains as it was pulled straight. Showing no sympathy for his cries of pain, she did not pause at her work. Before long, she had all his fingers pried open. She flattened his hands out, pressing them between hers, one hand at a time, stroking them for a while, as if to soothe away the stiffness and make certain they would remain open before she turned them over, palms down. The hedge-maid snapped a small twig from the woven mass beside her. He could see that there was a long, wickedly sharp thorn at the end. Not knowing what she intended, he again tried to pull away, but with his left wrist caught in her iron grip, she easily pulled his hand closer. He felt like an animal in a trap about to be skinned. Holding his hand steady, the hedge-maid dragged the point of the thorn along the underside of the fingernail of his first finger. She turned the thorn in the light, carefully inspecting it. He couldn't imagine what she was doing or what she was looking for. Henrik saw one of the familiars back at the wall, working at pulling a jar out of its snug place in the weave of branches. With effort, the jar finally came free. She brought it with her to Jit's side and waited patiently as she watched her mistress at work. The hedge-maid dragged the point of the thorn under the nail of the second finger. She held it up. This time there was a small bit of something stuck on the point. A sound came from deep in her throat that told him she was pleased. She held it up to show her companions. They cooed their satisfaction. Bishop Park only glared when she showed him. The familiar with the jar, after pulling off the lid, held it out for her mistress. Cockroaches poured out over the sides of the jar and down over the familiar's hands. They made a rattling sound as they fell by the hundreds onto the floor, scattering in every direction, before vanishing down into the weave of sticks and branches. In a moment they had all disappeared. Jit, unconcerned, dunked the thorn in the filthy water and swished it around. She pulled it up and saw that whatever had been stuck on it had come off. Satisfied, she returned her attention to Henrik. She repeated the careful cleaning under the nails of the last 2 fingers and thumb on his left hand. She found more of the tiny treasure she was searching for under the nails of his fingers, but not his thumb. Out of the corner of his eye, Henrik saw a smile come to Bishop Park's tattooed lips. Both times the hedge-maid came up with a little scrap of something on the point of the thorn. Each time she swished the thorn and the stinking liquid in the jar, leaving whatever it was to disappear down into the murky water. Jit dropped his left hand and moved on to his right. After dragging the thorn under his first finger, she brought it up close to her face for a look. There was nothing there. She cast a brief, furtive look up at the bishop, and then dragged the thorn under the nail again, but it didn't produce anything the second time either. She moved to the next finger and did a more careful cleaning under Henrik's nail. The thorn found nothing. She repeated the search, then, when it was fruitless, moved on to his third finger. It, too, didn't have what she wanted. She focused on the little finger, as if it were her last hope. When the thorn came up without anything but dirt, her hands dropped into her lap. The cymbals all over him seemed to churn as the man leaned down a little. "What's wrong?" The hedge maid made a few short sounds from deep in her throat. "Jit says that we have the flesh of the woman," the familiar at her side said. She hesitated before finishing the translation. "But we do not have the flesh of the man." The bishop straightened in a way that caused all 7 of the familiars to back up. One of them was not quick enough. He snatched her by the throat and yanked her close. It looked to be a reflex driven purely by emotion. She cried out, thrashing like a snake in a snare, but she could not escape his grip. It was clear that the bishop was in a blind rage. She clawed at his tattooed hands around her throat, but it did her no good. "Tell your mistress that I am not pleased," he said to the others. Several of them urgently leaned in, speaking to the hedge-maid in her strange language. When the bishop pulled the familiar in his fist close to his face and glared into her eyes, she cried out with a shriek of terrible agony. "Back to the grave with you," he said through gritted teeth. As Henrik watched in frozen shock, the familiar lost the bluish glow they all had. Wisps of smoke curled up from under the cowl over her head. The whole creature writhed and withered as if everything was being sucked out of her. The skin on her hands and arms darkened as it drew in around the bones and knuckles until they looked skeletal. The flesh of her face boiled and bubbled and burned to a dark leathery mask. Blackened skin smoldered as it shrank tighter and tighter around the skull. The eyes sunk back into their sockets. The jaw slackened and lips shriveled back, exposing the familiar's fangs. Bishop Park tossed the withered remains aside. Seething with anger, he paced back toward the tunnel where he had entered. The candles went out around him as he moved, as if he were dragging a veil of darkness with him. He growled in frustration and rage. Abruptly he stopped and turned back. He stared at the hedge-maid a moment, then marched back toward her. The candles behind him came back to life as he moved away from them. "You at least have the flesh of the woman, right?" he asked Jit. With her dark eyes fixed on him, she nodded and then took the jar from the trembling familiar beside her. She held it up a little as if to show him. He stroked the knuckle of his first finger along his gaunt cheek. "Change of plans," he said in a voice like ice. Chapter 55. As the hedge-maid started out toward a shadowy opening at the back of the chamber, her familiars raced around the room, urgently pulling smaller jars from where they were stuck into the weave of the walls, or picked up larger ones out of the diverse collections at the edges of the floor. The eyes of those people nearby, encased in the walls, the ones who were still alive, watched in desolate agony. Henrik wished he could help them, but he couldn't. He couldn't even help himself. Jit cradled the jar with the filthy brown water containing what had been under Henrik's fingernails in the crook of her arm as she made her way back into the dark opening. The brown water sloshed around as she walked. The lid kept most, but not all, of the water from spilling over. Henrik saw big brown bugs emerge up out of the weave of the twigs and branches to feed at the drops that did escape, run down the jar, and drip onto the floor. Bishop Park glared with blood-red eyes as the familiars went about their work of finding the correct containers out of the hundreds hoarded throughout the room. The dark symbols covering his flesh made his obvious rage seem all the more dangerous. The 6 remaining familiars avoided meeting his gaze as they worked at finding what they needed and pulled them out of the wall or plucked them up from the floor. Each of the familiars collected an unwieldy stash of jars clutched in the crook of their arms. The one without a hand couldn't hold as many, but she did the best she could. As soon as they had what they needed, they hurried with their cargo to catch up with their departing mistress. For her part, Jit took a staff that was leaning against the wall as she carried the single jar in her other arm. She looked back over her shoulder at Henrik and let out a series of short commands in her strange, screeching, clicking language. The familiar without a hand circled back and shoved him into line behind the hedge maid and in front of the rest of the familiars. "Jit says for you to hurry up and come along." She glanced back briefly at the bishop and then leaned closer. "When this is through," she said with venomous delight, "I am going to suck you dry and feed what's left of you to the cockroaches." Henrik froze stiff in terror. With a soft cackle, she shoved him to get him moving again. As he stumbled forward, he thought of how much he missed being with his mother. He wanted to be back with her in their tent, making bead goods. He wished that she had never brought him to the hedge maid in the first place. Ever since he had realized that he was being chased back into Cargatrace and that the hedge maid was going to have him in her clutches again, he had feared that this time he might not be leaving. The bishop took up a place at the end of the line as they followed the hedge maid along the dark passageway lined with hundreds of strips of leather, holding everything from small dead animals to empty turtle shells, to the skulls of little creatures with sharp little teeth, all hanging from the walls in layers. Henrik saw the eyes of the people in projecting areas of buttress walls, watching them as they passed. When Bishop Ark met their gazes, they quickly looked away. Not a peep came from the people in the walls. Henrik imagined that if he was trapped in the walls, he would have trouble not crying out for help. But there was no one to help the poor souls trapped in this terrible place. There was no one to help him. Making their way through the labyrinth that was the hedge maid's lair, Henrik began to hear insects buzzing, birds calling, and other creatures whistling and chirping. As they reached an opening and emerged out into the night, the swamp creatures abruptly went dead silent. The low clouds gliding swiftly by overhead were lit by the moon from somewhere above them, so that they cast a faint glow. The ground all around was elevated enough in the midst of the dense, swampy forest to be bone dry. The dark shapes of hulking trees surrounding them, trailing long curtains of moss, looked to Henrik like arms of the dead trailing burial shrouds as they gathered around the living. As they crossed the clearing, he saw that the flat rocks lying here and there were not placed randomly, but arranged in circular patterns. Each stone was also placed atop slightly mounded dirt. The mounds with stones appeared to lead to the center of the open area, where the hedge maid set about making marks on the ground with her decorated staff. The marks she was scratching in the ground with the point of her staff were not unlike the tattooed designs all over Bishop Ark. Iridescent blue feathers, orange and yellow beads, and a collection of coins with holes in the center hung on buckskin thongs from the middle of the hedge maid's staff. Henrik wondered why the hedge maid would be so interested in coins that she would use them to adorn such an obviously important object. After all, what good would money do her out in Cargatrace? Then he realized that it actually wasn't of any value to her as money, the way it was to other people. The coins must have been taken from those poor souls encased in the walls. To the hedge maid, shiny coins were merely decorations, like the shiny feathers. Both were tokens of the lives she had taken. As the familiars went about arranging the jars on the ground around the hedge maid, Bishop Ark stood to the side, arms folded, his blood-red eyes glaring as he watched the preparations. Every once in a while, one of the 6 familiars glanced his way. Jit did not. She went quietly about her work of drawing designs in the dirt in the center of the ring of jars. At intervals in her drawing and soft chanting, she would open a jar, fish around in the dark liquid with her hand, and then throw whatever limp, slimy thing she had pulled out into the center of her drawing. All the while she continued making the soft, buzzing, humming sound. The hedge maid lifted her staff in one outstretched arm toward the low clouds drifting by overhead. She chanted a few clipped sounds, then bent and placed the staff across elements in the design she had drawn on the ground. The design on the ground began to glow. To Henrik's astonishment, as the hedge maid continued her low musical drone and lifted both arms skyward, the clouds overhead came to a halt. Chapter 56. Henrik thought that the winds must have stilled to make the clouds drift to a halt, but then he saw the clouds again begin to move. Instead of going across the sky as before, though, the clouds started to move around in a circle overhead. They stretched into long spiral shapes as they rotated over the clearing, mirroring the glowing circular symbol on the ground. Small flickers of orange light intermittently illuminated the clouds from inside. At the same time, the six familiars seemed to have been lulled into a trance of some sort by the murmurs from the hedge-maid. All of them began circling the hedge-maid along with the clouds above. Their feet weren't touching the ground as they floated around Jit in a circle, gradually picking up speed. The clouds, too, picked up speed, going faster all the time, the orange and yellow light flickering like the light flashing in the symbols on the ground. The hedge-maid's low, steady rhythm of sounds rose in pitch. As the familiars and the clouds moved faster, the sound Jit made became a painful, high-pitched squeal. It kept getting louder and louder, higher and higher. Henrik had to cover his ears against the pain of the sound. Suddenly the six forms seemed to break apart. Henrik stared with wide eyes as hideous creatures with long, bony arms and legs began to pull themselves out of the glowing forms of the familiars. Their backs were humped, their flesh blotchy and wet. They had no hair. Their knobby heads had angry, bulging eyes and snarling mouths that showed wicked fangs. Unlike the familiars from which they had emerged, these things did not glow. Flickers of light from the clouds above and the circular designs below reflected off their glistening, mottled flesh. Henrik saw then the same sorts of creatures erupting from the mounds where the stones were. Each struggled and strained to pull itself up out of the dirt. Yet more of them broke through the surface of the mounds, pulling themselves up out of the ground, joining into the growing mass of those that were circling the hedge-maid, dancing around her like crazed animals. But these were no animals. Though they appeared animate, they were not living things. Henrik thought they looked like the dead rising up from the ground, dancing with flailing arms and legs to the tune the hedge-maid played. He glanced back at the low, dark structure of woven sticks and branches. He realized that these mounds must be the graves of the people encased in the walls who died. After they had served whatever purpose the hedge-maid needed them for, they were buried out here, and there they waited until called upon to serve her again. Henrik imagined that the hedge-maid must be a creature born in the underworld, the spawn of the keeper himself. In the center of the clearing, the grotesque forms had gathered by the dozens, with more coming in out of the darkness of the surrounding swamp all the time to join with the others, circling ever faster. Henrik had to press his hands over his ears tighter, as the sounds Jit was making seemed enough to tear him apart, enough to tear the very air apart. The clouds moved in time with the circling forms. The light in them flickered faster and faster as the symbols on the ground flashed in rhythm with the sounds the hedge-maid was making and the flickers in the clouds. The sound, the light, the spinning, horrific creatures dancing like demons were all making Henrik dizzy. His head throbbed with the beat of it all, with the pressure of it all. He squinted, fearing to close his eyes lest he never be able to open them again, yet hardly able to keep his eyes open against the overwhelming sights and sounds. As all this activity whirled around her, Jit reached into various jars, pulling out handfuls of teeth, or what looked to be small finger bones or human vertebrae, and cast them into the circle. With each addition, light flared and danced. The world seemed to be flickering. He saw little flashes of red, yellow, and orange. And then Jit picked up the jar holding the flesh she had taken from under Henrik's fingernails. The forms were rotating so fast that he could hardly make out individuals. It was all becoming a blur of dark, glistening flesh and thrashing limbs. The hedge-maid abruptly threw the jar she had up into the air above glowing circles and the writhing mass of forms. Henrik saw the glass explode apart. The liquid in the jar seemed to ignite. The world turned so bright that it looked like he could see Jit's bones right through her body. Everything was turned to light and fire. The trees all around burned. Hot glowing embers were drawn off the trees to swirl around the incandescence coming from the contents of the jar above the center of the flaming circle. The hedge-maid held her hands up, summoning forces he had never imagined. She stood alone against the light, defined by it, holding sway over a world turned to an inferno. In the center of it all, in the heart of the blinding light, standing out like bright stars, there was something brighter yet. Small bits, the bits of flesh Jet had recovered from under his fingernails, were so incandescent that they made the rest of the burning world seem dull in comparison. Her arms raised, Jet seemed to be commanding those bright sparks to pull everything else up with them as they rotated while climbing ever higher into the sky. Alone in the center of the roaring conflagration, Jet lifted her arms higher, commanding it all to come together. The masses of bone men howled as they burned, their bodies coming apart in flaming sparks and smoke that was sucked into the horrific vortex of blinding radiance. Everything around him, all the trees, the vines, the moss, the bushes, even the ground, glowed as it burned and disintegrated into flaming embers and ash, coming off in long whirls that were pulled ever inward to spiral up toward the tiny sparks of blinding light that rose up through the center of the spiraling clouds. The wind roared, the fire roared. Henrik had to squint against the blinding power of it all. He would have covered his eyes, but he dared not take his hands away from his ears for fear that he, too, would be summoned by Jit into the inferno. Even when he shut his eyes, he saw the same things as when he'd had his eyes open. It was a night of burning color, of blinding light, of deafening sound, of madness. Everything was being pulled into the glowing light in the center of the clearing. Branches and debris ripped from trees, and the entire forest ignited as it was pulled in. Trees and plants disintegrated into 1,000 sparks that swirled around and upward, following the radiant sparks of flesh. The bodies of the dead that had risen came apart in crackling, glowing embers like everything else. The howls of terror and agony kept tears running freely down Henrik's face. The hedge maid lifted her arms again. The very air in the center of the clearing ignited in a blinding furnace of light. Just when Henrik thought he would surely be pulled into it all to die in the terrible ignition of light, it ended. The sudden silence felt like it might make him fall over. It felt like he had been pushing against the sound as if he'd been trying to stand in a gale. When the sound abruptly stopped, he almost stumbled forward. His ears throbbed. His head throbbed. His whole body throbbed. But the sound was not the only thing that was gone. Henrik blinked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The raging whirlwind of fire and light was gone as well. He looked around and saw that the moss on the nearby trees hung limp in the still, humid air just as it had before. Every tree was still there. The ground that had broken open as the bone men had erupted out of it looked undisturbed. It was as if none of what Henrik had just seen had actually happened. Except the jar was gone, and tiny bits of glass like 1,000 fallen stars lay scattered across the bare ground. Henrik couldn't understand what had happened, what he had seen. He couldn't understand if the fire had been real, if the creatures he had seen come up out of the ground were real, if the terrible sound and all the rest of it had been real. Bishop Park, still standing where he had been in the beginning, looked unharmed and unmoved. He wore the same glare as he had in the beginning. If he was surprised by the deafening display of fire and light, he didn't show it. In the center of the clearing, the 6 familiars slowly circled in around Jit, tending to her, fussing over her, touching her protectively, as if to see if she had survived the ordeal. She ignored them as she used a foot to swipe away the marks she had made in the dirt with her staff when she had first come out. The hedge maid turned her dark eyes toward Bishop Ark. She let out the squealing clicks that were her way of talking. Henrik could see her straining to open her mouth more as she made the sounds, but the net of leather thongs prevented it. One of the familiars floated a little closer toward the bishop. "Jit says that it is done." His red eyes turned from the familiar to Jit. "See that you do the other things I have asked as well." His brow drew down tight. Don't give me cause to return." With that he turned and stormed away. The darkness seemed to gather in around him as he went, like a black cape, making him look like a dark shadow moving across the ground. A familiar leaning in made Henrik jump. He hadn't seen her sneaking up behind him. "Now," she hissed, "time for you." Chapter 57. Colin woke with a start, panting in terror. A blur of images flashed through her mind. Dark arms and claws reached for her. Fangs came out of nowhere, snapping, trying to get at her face. She didn't know where she was or what was happening. She fought frantically, twisting, pushing at whatever it was that was reaching for her, at the same time trying to escape the grip of pain that seared through her. She sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, and saw then that she was in the Garden of Life, that it was night. There was nothing chasing her, nothing coming after her. It was quiet. She had been having a nightmare. In the dream, something had been chasing her, something dark and profoundly dangerous, something terrifying. It had been relentless and had been getting closer all the time. She had been running, trying to get away, but she hadn't been able to make her legs move fast enough. It had all seemed so real. But she was awake at last. She wasn't dreaming anymore. She had escaped the nightmare, and in so doing escaped what was after her. She told herself to let it go, to stop focusing on the dream. It was only a dream. She was awake now. She was safe. But she quickly found that being awake was no salvation. While she had awakened and escaped what had been after her in the dream, in being awake she had not escaped the pain. Her head hurt so much she thought she might pass out. She pressed her fingers to her temples only to have to hug her arms across her abdomen, pressing them against the twisting ache in her middle. As the spike of pain drove through her head, a hot wave of nausea welled up through her. She fought the building urge to throw up. The throbbing pain in her head overwhelmed her, making her all the more dizzy and sick. With all her might she fought back the expanding waves of nausea. The nausea won out. As her insides began to convulse, Colin urgently struggled out of the tangled blanket and crawled on her hands and knees into the grass and away from where she'd been sleeping. She did her best to resist the urge to throw up, but her body would not obey her will, and she began heaving so hard that it felt like her stomach was trying to turn inside out. Undulating waves of sickness swept through her again and again in rhythm with the pounding pain in her head, making her vomit each time. Colin realized that there was a hand on her back and another hand holding her long hair back out of the way. She gasped for breath between the spasms. She was sure that she had to be throwing up blood. The excruciating pain seemed unendurable each time her muscles convulsed. It felt like her insides were ripping. The waves of heaving finally began to subside. As she spit out the bitter bile, it was a relief to at least see that there was no blood. "Mother Confessor, are you all right?" It was Kara. It felt good to have someone there. It was comforting not to be alone. "I don't know," she managed. Suddenly Richard was there as well. "What's wrong?" Rolling trembles racked her whole body. Between that and panting for air, "Sick," was all she could manage to get out. "I heard you scream from all the way down in the room with the machine," Richard said as he placed a reassuring hand on her back. She ripped off a thick fistful of grass and wiped her mouth with it, threw it down, and then did it again with a clean handful. She hadn't realized that she had screamed in her sleep. The waves of nausea had quieted, allowing her to catch her breath. Her head still throbbed, though. "I was having a nightmare, and I must have screamed and scared myself awake." He pressed his hand to her forehead. "Your skin is like ice, and you're soaked in sweat." Colin couldn't seem to stop herself from shivering. "I'm so cold." Richard drew her closer. Colin collapsed over on her side against him. His warm, muscular arms closed protectively over her. Rather than simply hold her, though, he took hold of her wrist and lifted her arm out. It hurt to have him touch it. "Dear spirits," he whispered to himself. Kara leaned in. "What's wrong?" Richard turned Colin's arm out a little to show her. "Go get Zed." Colin saw Kara race away back up the path through the trees. It felt good being in Richard's arms. She didn't want to ever move out of his comforting warmth. but her arm throbbed with every heartbeat. She looked down and was surprised to see that the scratches had reappeared. Zed had healed them, but they were back and looked worse than ever. "It looks like Zed's healing didn't take care of it after all," Richard said. "We'll get him back here and see what he thinks. He knows a lot about such things, but it looks to me like it might have been infected, and that's why it came back. That's probably what's making you sick, too. Maybe he just didn't get the infection completely healed the first time." That didn't sound to her like it could be the cause of the way she felt. She'd had wounds in the past that had become red and swollen. They never made her feel this way. In fact, the arm was the least of it. It was the sudden explosion of pain in her head that had brought her awake, made her feel sick, and had made her throw up. It was that sharp stab of pain between her temples that had overwhelmed her with nausea. She didn't really think the scratches had anything to do with her headache. She'd had headaches a few times in her life that were so strong they had made her throw up. Richard used to have them too. He said that he'd inherited them from his mother. She thought that this one had to be something like that. Just a bad headache. That thought actually made her feel better. She glanced down again at the angry red scratches on her arm. It concerned her to see that the wounds that had healed had not only returned but looked to have gotten worse. The arm felt a bit stiff, too, from being swollen. Colin shivered in pain again. A wave of icy cold swept over her. The pain in her head bore down on her with crushing weight. And then, as Richard leaned over and held her close against him, she began to feel the sweet softness of his gift seeping into her. Warm relief flooded through her cold, stiff muscles. He had used his gift to heal her in the past, so she recognized the feeling of being touched by his magic. That was what he was doing now, healing her with his magic. Richard's gift worked in a unique way and usually only ignited within him if there was great need. His empathy for her, his love for her, his need for her to be safe, had brought it forth now to heal her. Time became meaningless in his warm embrace and the flow of magic coursing into her. She felt his comforting, reassuring, loving presence in every fiber of her being. But as much as she wanted his help, she also didn't want to allow him to do it. She knew that in the process of healing, he would have to take on her pain. He first had to lift her agony away and take it into himself, so that his gift could then flow into her to heal what was wrong. Colin didn't want Richard to take in this pain. As much as she wanted to be rid of the hurt, she didn't want him to suffer it. Fighting him, though, proved useless. The strength of his gift overwhelmed her. She had no choice but to let go of her resistance. The feeling was like letting herself fall backward into an unknown bottomless abyss. It was frightening and at the same time a relief in the sense of letting go, of letting someone else fight for her, fight against the pain on her behalf, of being able to stand aside as the battle raged. She didn't know how long she had been lost in that distant place of pain, with Richard there with her, joined with her, but she did know that when she opened her eyes and the world came back in around her, she was still in his arms. Despite what she expected, the pain was still there. It was just as strong, just as oppressive as before. She recognized that same pain in Richard's eyes as well. He had taken it into himself, but oddly enough, it had not at the same time drawn it away from her. The effort had not healed her. She thought that maybe she'd done something wrong. Maybe she hadn't tried hard enough. Or more accurately, maybe she had been too fearful of letting Richard take the pain into himself, and so she hadn't done enough to let go so he could help her. Kara leaned in over Richard. "Sorry it took me so long to find Zed. I finally did. He's coming right behind me. I brought Nikki, too." Richard didn't respond. He was staring off at nothing. Chapter 58. Still drifting back from that distant place that felt completely detached from the real world, which was beginning to come back into focus all around her, Colin knew that something wasn't right, both with her and with Richard. She saw Nikki squat down beside him. By the worried expression that overcame the sorceress when she looked into his unblinking eyes, Colin knew that something about the healing hadn't worked the way it should have. Richard stared off at nothing, completely unresponsive. even as the pain raged in his eyes, even as Nikki placed a hand on his shoulder and shook him. Nikki's long blonde hair fell forward over her left shoulder as she leaned in around Richard and pressed her first two fingers to Colin's forehead. Colin felt the familiar tingle of additive magic vibrate and tingle through the nerves of her neck, shoulders, and arms. Nikki withdrew the fingers and next put them to Richard's forehead. She backed away and then shoved at his chest. "Let her go, Richard. Let go of her." When Richard didn't respond, she put her arms around Colin and gently pulled her out of his wooden embrace. Colin didn't resist. She didn't know why Nikki wanted him to let go of her, but she had no trouble grasping the concern in the sorceress's voice or on her face. Nikki laid Colin gently back on the ground. She immediately turned her attention to Richard. With his connection to Colin broken, Nikki pressed the flats of her hands to both his temples. "Let it go, Richard," she murmured to him. Richard gasped. Life, awareness, finally flooded back into his eyes. Colin let out a sigh of relief that Nikki had managed to pull him back from wherever he was. Richard grimaced when Nikki took her hands off him. "What are you doing?" he asked Nikki. "Why did you stop me?" "That would be my question," Zed said as he appeared behind Richard. Nikki tapped the same two fingers she had put to Richard's and Colin's foreheads to her own, as if signaling Zed to test it and see for himself. Zed immediately hiked up his robes and knelt on the other side of Richard. He put two fingers to Colin's forehead, then reached up and did the same to Richard. "What?" he asked. "What am I supposed to feel?" Nikki stared at him briefly. "You feel nothing?" Zed looked befuddled. "No. Should I?" Nikki put her fingers back on Colin's forehead, testing, and Colin again felt a brief tingle of additive magic before Nikki repeated the test on Richard. She let out a sigh. "I don't feel it anymore. Now that the connection is broken, you can't feel it." "Feel what?" Zed asked with a frown. Nikki cast a quick, surreptitious glance at Colin. "I don't know. Nothing, I guess. It's not important. We can talk about it later." Richard wiped a hand across his face as he recovered from the experience of trying to heal Colin. She didn't really feel any better. Richard had healed far worse than this before. She couldn't imagine why it hadn't worked this time. What had her more concerned, though, was why Nikki appeared so upset. "Why did you stop me?" Richard asked in a heated tone. "I was healing her. You didn't let me finish." That confirmed what Colin had surmised, that perhaps he simply hadn't been allowed to finish. Nikki had interrupted him before he had a chance to finish the healing, but as soon as she had the thought, she realized that couldn't be the problem, because she had come back, became aware before Nikki had come in and interrupted. It had failed before she separated them. It had to be something else that was wrong. Nikki let out a deep breath. "It wasn't working. You weren't healing her. You were just allowing yourself to be opened up to its contagion." Zed looked as puzzled as ever. He glanced at Richard, then down at Colin's arm. "What are you talking about?" "I could tell that something wasn't right. The flow of his gift into Colin had ceased. Something was backfeeding into him from her. It was using his lifeline, his way back, to steal into him." That brought alarm into Zed's expression. Nikki's gaze moved to Richard's eyes. "Did you understand? Did you know what I mean?" Richard, looking frustrated and impatient, shook his head. "Not really. I don't know what I felt. I don't know what happened. All I know is that it hurt. I was trying to take that hurt away from Colin, and it just seemed to get out of hand." "The boy heals by instinct, through empathy," Zed told the sorceress. "He may have grown up without knowing he had the gift and without learning how it's supposed to be done, but I've known him to heal things I can't." "So have I," Nikki said. "He uses his gift in a unique way, but he wasn't healing this." "Are you sure?" the old wizard asked. Nikki nodded. "I could gauge the flow of power when I felt her, and then when I felt him. It was out of balance. The pain was backfeeding and was gaining control of him. It should have been the other way around. His gift should have been controlling the pain while feeding healing power into her, but it wasn't. He may have been acting on instinct or doing what he's done in the past, but this time he was dealing with something different, something dangerous, and it wasn't working." She glanced at Colin. "Was it?" Colin had to admit that what Nikki was saying made sense. No, I don't understand, though. He's healed me before. That's right, Richard said. Why wasn't it working the same this time? I don't know for certain, Richard, but for some reason the problem you were trying to heal was behaving like a contagion. I guess you could say that it's like when you care for a sick person, you sometimes only end up catching what they have, and then the both of you are sick. But the gift is supposed to protect me from that. The boy is right, Zed put in. Nikki looked reluctant to answer. It could simply be that with some guidance to fill in the blanks of your inexperience in using magic, you might not have had the problem. I can't say for sure. Zed didn't waste any time arguing or questioning. Well, it's obvious that the scratches I healed before have relapsed. They look infected. I need to go back in and fix this before we do anything else. I agree, Richard said as he scooted back out of Zed's way. I'm not so sure that's a good idea just yet, Nikki said, rather cryptically under her breath to Zed. Zed looked perplexed by her reluctance. Well, what I don't think is a good idea is to let this infection go unchecked. She could end up losing the arm. Worse, if the infection gets worse and moves into other parts of her body, it can be fatal. Nikki saw the anxiety on Colin's face and relented with a nod and a sigh. You're right, Zed, but let me help you. I would welcome any help, Richard's grandfather said as he leaned over Colin and pressed a hand against her forehead. Nikki laid her own hand over his. Colin immediately felt the flow of his gift sweeping through her. She felt, too, the separate tingle of Nikki's magic. While they were similar, each had a unique feel to it. Mixed together as they were, it felt warm and comforting, but in a very different way than Richard's gift had felt warm and comforting. She knew that Zed's gift felt different, so she wasn't concerned, and she also recognized the unique feel of Nikki's power. Both of their gifts blended together was an intoxicating feeling. But she also thought that she felt the shadow of something else, something dark, tense aggressively within her. As swiftly as Colin had the thought, she was swept up in the flow of Zed and Nikki's power. She again felt that loss of time and place as the warm glow of magic flooded through her. She could feel Zed lifting the pain in much the same way Richard had, but with a kind of swift, experienced precision. Abruptly it all stopped. In a heartbeat, the mix of Zed and Nikki's power was gone. Colin opened her eyes as she gasped in a breath. It had felt like she had been under their influence for only a fleeting moment, but she knew from experience that it could easily have been an hour or two. Zed rocked back on his heels. He cast a worried look up at Nikki. It's not Richard. Something is wrong. The only difference is that I knew enough to pull back. Richard didn't. He pressed his lips tight in silent discontent before adding, It's not Richard. I can't heal her either. Nikki regarded him with an unreadable look. Did you feel it then? Colin wondered what it was that he was supposed to feel. Zed's face twisted in frustration. I don't know. I've never felt anything quite like it. It's a new one on me. I don't have any idea why I couldn't get through, but I couldn't. Nikki's gaze remained locked on Zed. What did you feel? The creases in Zed's face had taken on a troubled angularity as he and Nikki shared a private look. I don't know. Something dark. Nikki betrayed only the slightest hint of understanding, but she didn't say anything. Colin didn't know for certain what they were talking about, but she recognized that the two of them shared a silent understanding about it, and she also knew that she had felt something tense within her at the touch of their magic. Colin's level of alarm rose. Maybe Nathan could help, Richard suggested, not noticing what Colin had seen pass between Zed and Nikki. He's a raw. Maybe he would be better able to do it, since his gift would work better here in the palace. Maybe that's all it would take. Chapter 59. What's this about me and my gift? Nathan asked, as he came to a halt behind Richard. Colin saw that the prophet was clutching a piece of paper in his hand. Colin's arm that Zed healed before has gotten worse, Richard said back over his shoulder. He's having a problem healing it again. I was just saying that since your power isn't hindered by the spell around the palace, you might be better able to heal her arm. Nathan frowned down at Colin. She held the arm out a little for him to see in the torchlight. Her head was pounding. She just wanted to go to sleep. I'd be happy to give it a try, he said. It won't do any good, Nikki said with quiet finality. Zed has already healed it once before. It shouldn't have come back like this. Something more is going on here that we're not seeing or understanding. If Zed can't get back in to correct what he already did before, then you wouldn't be able to either. Colin was greatly worried about what else Nikki knew but wasn't saying. I'm afraid she's right, Zed admitted with a sigh. Colin pushed herself up onto her elbows. But if you can't heal it... Zed patted her shoulder and smiled in a reassuring manner, the old twinkle back in his eye. Don't worry, dear one. There are a number of other effective things we can do to get this taken care of. We have access to a wide variety of herbs here at the palace. It's just a scratch and a bit of infection. I've been healing such scratches and infections with poultices and herbs my whole life. I'll make one up that will have you better in no time. Zed's right, Richard told her. He always took care of my cuts and scrapes without the aid of the gift. I even have some Omen with me, he told Zed. Zed's bushy eyebrows lifted. Do you now? Well, that will be a help to ease her pain while the poultice does its work of drawing out the infection. He patted her shoulder again. I'll make it up right away and have you feeling better in no time. Colin smiled as she lay back. Thanks, Zed. He glanced about at the ground where she was lying, then looked up at Richard. We need to get her to some place more comfortable where she can rest. I'm comfortable here, Colin protested. She didn't relish the idea of being watched again in one of the bedrooms. Are you really? Zed glanced over at the gaping hole in the center of the room. That machine down there has been giving others prophecy as they sleep, others without even a hint of the gift. Imagine the power that thing must emanate to be able to do such a thing in the first place, not to mention that it's doing it from within a containment field. I'm suspicious that that much power might have given you that headache while you slept. Richard shot a frown back at the hole in the floor. I don't have a headache, and I've been sleeping here too. Zed held up a finger. But you have the gift, both sides of it. What's more, I believe that you have some kind of unique connection to the machine, so it may not affect you in the same way. But it could be harming others who spend too much time near it, like Colin has been doing. With a troubled look, Richard put a comforting hand on Colin's shoulder. Pain throbbed relentlessly in her head. You really think the machine could be the cause? Zed shrugged. We don't know much about the machine. We have no idea what it's capable of, and that worries me greatly. It could be radiating a field of power that is responsible for your pain and nausea. At the very least, I do know that when I tried to heal you, I could sense that you're not getting anywhere near the amount of sleep you need for your body to have time to heal. That is making you susceptible to any number of problems. Without the rest you need, that infection is only going to get worse. That's why I think we need to get you to a comfortable bed, and more importantly, away from this machine, so you can get the proper rest you need to help us get you healed. She had to admit that did make sense. Still, there are certainly enough comfortable places in the palace, Richard told her. We'll find you a place where you can rest, and Zed can treat your arm. Cullen pushed herself up on her elbows again. And what about the problem we had in our bedroom? Richard showed her a crooked smile. I have an idea about that. Not to worry. But she was worried. Colin did her best to ignore the pounding pain in her head and the throbbing ache in her arm. I'm better, she lied. She cleared her throat, trying to make her failing voice sound normal. It didn't really help. You don't sound better, Nathan said. There are more important things to worry about other than fussing over me, she said. It was probably just a bad dream that gave me a headache, and as for my arm, well, sometimes scratches get worse before they get better. I think you're all making too much of it." No one looked in the least bit convinced. Maybe because Colin wasn't convinced herself, but more so because she knew she had a fever. It was making her hoarse. She hardly had any voice left. Whenever she spoke, it only revealed how bad she felt. "I still think I ought to give it a try," Nathan said. "If you want, I'd be happy to be your patient," Colin said, trying to sound better than she felt. As Nathan stepped around Richard, Richard gestured. "By the way, what do you have with you?" Nathan looked at the paper in his hand as if he'd forgotten he had it. "Oh, yes," he waggled it back at Richard. "From your personal prophet down in the library." Richard made a sour face. "What does Loretta have to predict now?" "I'm afraid that it sounds serious. That's why I came looking for you. It's hard to say what it's actually about, but it's possible that it's another omen about Colin." Nathan waved the paper briefly, then turned it around so that he could read it aloud. "It says, 'A queen's choice will cost her her life.'" "You mean you think it could be another omen about Colin because it's something like the one before?" Zed asked. "Like that first one saying queen takes pawn?" Nathan shook his head in frustration. "I don't know. I've had no visions about it. It could mean anything." Richard's face had gone ashen. He snatched the paper from Nathan and read it himself as if he didn't believe it. "What's wrong?" Zed asked. Richard continued to stare at the paper for a moment before he finally looked up at his grandfather. "Earlier tonight," he said in a quiet voice, "the machine spoke to me." Zed leaned in. "What do you mean, it spoke to you?" Richard's hand, holding the piece of paper, lowered as he searched for words. "It's kind of hard to explain." Zed didn't look inclined to let him off that easy. "I think you need to give it a good try." Richard pressed his lips together for a moment, first as he considered how to explain it. "The machine told me that it had had dreams. Then it wanted to know why it had had dreams." Nikki's brows lifted. "It asked you a question?" Richard nodded. Colin frowned as she tried to recall through her throbbing headache where she had heard those words before. They sounded familiar. Finally it came to her. "Isn't that what the boy down in the market said? That he'd had dreams? Then he asked why he'd had dreams, remember?" "I remember," Richard said. "Henrik. And you're right. He said the exact same words." The room was silent as everyone tried to take in the implications. Through experience, they had learned that the same prophecies the machine gave also came out through others. Colin wondered if this could be the same kind of thing. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. "It wasn't just what the machine said, it was how it said it that has me so concerned." "What do you mean, how it said it?" Nikki asked. "It burns the things it says onto those metal strips. Did it give the message this time in a different manner?" "No, it said both things by burning the symbols on the strips of metal, same as before." "Then what do you mean by how it said it?" "You all know what the machine sounds like when it's going to give a prophecy. The sudden crash of sound that it makes when it starts into motion all at once from a dead stop." Richard glanced around at the nods. "Well, this time it was different. Rather than that kind of sudden beginning at full speed, this time it started slowly, softly, like it was waking up." Zed threw his arms up in the air. Waking up, and telling you that it had been dreaming? Dear spirits, Richard, it's a machine." I know," Richard said, gesturing for his grandfather to calm down and listen. "But it started slowly, quietly, all the gears and things inside gradually building speed and moving into place slowly. After it was fully up and running, then it inscribed 2 strips with those 2 things about dreams. I have had dreams, and why have I had dreams? Even more strange, though, is that the 2 strips weren't hot when they came out of the machine." "They're always hot when they come out," Zed declared. Richard leaned in a little, looking to each of them in turn. "Well, this time they came out of the machine cool to the touch, both of them." Zed rubbed his chin. "That is odd." "I was down there the rest of the night," Richard went on, waiting to see if it would say anything else. I fell asleep for a while. Then, all of a sudden, the gear started into motion again, but the usual way, the way you've seen it happen, abruptly, all at once. The sudden crash of noise instantly woke me up. He leaned back, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a metal strip. After it woke me up, just before I heard Colin scream and came running up here to see what was wrong with her, he held the strip up. The machine issued the same omen, and it came out of the machine hot, like usual. What same omen? Zed asked suspiciously. Richard gestured at the note Nathan was holding. The same as that. A queen's choice will cost her her life. Chapter 60. With his foot, Richard flipped over the carpet. He didn't see the symbol that he had seen scratched into the floor of the corridors outside their previous bedrooms, and the one he'd found outside Queen Catherine's room after she had been killed. He was encouraged by that much of it. The symbol meant, watch them. He didn't want anyone watching them while they slept, as they had done before. He was concerned about the omen that the machine had given, the same one that Loretta had written down, but at the moment he was far more concerned about Colin. He didn't know whether the prophecy, a queen's choice will cost her her life, was about Colin as the first one about queen takes pawn had been or not. But at the moment he was more worried about taking care of the infected scratches on her arm. They would have to worry about the prophecy later. Besides, trying to figure out what prophecy meant was a fool's game. For now, he wanted to get Colin in a comfortable place without the machine nearby, where Zed could put an herb poultice on her arm to draw out the infection while she got some much-needed rest. He had hopes that this place would be safe, since it was not one of the bedchambers belonging to the Lord Roll. In those bedrooms, something had been watching them. Of course, he had later discovered that there were symbols scratched in the floors outside those rooms, but still, even without the symbols, he didn't trust the official bedrooms for the Lord Roll. They seemed too easy a target for forces he didn't yet understand. Until he knew how those symbols got scratched on floors in well-guarded halls, as well as what their ultimate purpose was, he didn't trust that those rooms would be safe. This room was not one of the Lord Roll's bedrooms, but instead it was a secluded guest bedroom. The wing had no guests at the moment, so it wouldn't have anyone near, and no one would really know that they were there. It was several floors above ground level, so no one could come in from outside. It wasn't big, but Richard didn't care about that. He simply wanted a safe place to sleep. Before he could enter the room, Kara pushed in ahead of him. Benjamin already had men of the first file stationed at every intersection of halls throughout the whole wing of the palace. Ricca stood not far down the hallway to one side, Verdine on the other. Both were in their red leather. While he welcomed the guards outside the room, he didn't really put too much faith in them stopping what really mattered to him. What had been in their room before, watching them, had without any trouble slipped past guards. This time Richard intended to have a little surprise if the mysterious watchers again came looking in. With an arm around Colin's waist, Richard led her into the room. He set the load of their packs and other gear down to the side. Kara came back from her inspection and gave him a nod to indicate that she didn't see anything that caused her any concern in the room. "What do you think?" he asked Colin. Richard saw that her gaze took in only the bed. "Looks good to me." He was glad that she looked longingly at the bed. He was worried about her and wanted her to be able to get some sleep. Kara's face, after surveying Colin's, clearly reflected her concern as well. Zed gave Colin a gentle pat on the back as he came into the room behind them. "You get settled in, dear one. I'll get a poultice prepared and be back as soon as I can to put it on your arm. Then you need to get some sleep. That will help more than anything." Colin nodded. Her face was ashen. By the look in her green eyes alone, Richard knew how much pain she was in. He also knew that she didn't want to worry him, so she wouldn't admit the full extent of how she really felt. But he could see it clearly enough in her eyes. Because they had been sleeping on the ground in the Garden of Life, Colin was in her traveling clothes of pants, a shirt, and boots. "How about we get you out of those things and into bed?" She shook her head and immediately crawled onto the bed. Before they had left the Garden of Life, Nathan had tried healing her arm. He had no better luck than any of the rest of them had had. Richard was depending now on Zed's poultice to draw out the infection and some good old-fashioned sleep. Zed leaned toward Richard. "I'll go make up a poultice and be right back." He pointed and spoke in a low voice. "In the meantime, just to be on the safe side, get rid of those mirrors." There were twin mirrors over the dressing table. "Don't worry," Richard said. "I have something in mind for them." Once Zed left, Richard did his own check of the room. Not that he didn't trust Kara's search, but he wanted to be sure. Since it was a single room and wasn't very large at that, there wasn't much to check. The wardrobes smelled of aromatic cedar and were empty. At the back of the room there were double doors with glass panes. With the back of his hand, Richard pushed the drapes aside and looked out the glass into the darkness. There appeared to be a small terrace with a potted evergreen to the side up against the fat, waist-high stone railing. Out on the grounds far below, Richard saw a patrol of soldiers. Once Kara left, Richard tried to get Colin to at least take off her boots. She fussed and said that she was cold and just wanted the blanket over her. Richard knew how, when he had a headache and was throwing up and terribly sick to his stomach, he didn't want anyone messing with him either. He carefully laid the comforter over Colin and gently tucked it up around her neck. When Colin closed her eyes, he went to the drapes at the double doors in the back of the room and took off the fabric swag holding them back. At the dressing table, he took down the only two mirrors in the room. He placed the identical mirrors on the floor, standing face to face, and used the swag to tie them together tightly. When he was finished, he leaned the paired mirror up against the padded seat. He sat on the edge of the bed and leaned over, hugging Colin to warm her up and let her know that she wasn't alone. Her eyes were closed and she didn't say anything, but she let out a little sigh to let him know that she appreciated it. Richard woke up when he heard a knock. It was Zed, back with the poultice. Richard handed him the small canister of Omen that he had retrieved from his pack. As Zed used a wooden slat to mix the Omen Richard gave him into the slightly yellowish concoction he had in a small bowl, Richard turned down the blanket and laid Colin's arm out on top of it for him. Colin sleepily opened her eyes, frowning to see what he was doing, why he was disturbing her sleep. When Zed slathered the poultice on her red, swollen arm, she winced in pain. "It will be better soon," he told her. Colin nodded as she closed her eyes. Zed wrapped bandaging around it as Richard held her wrist up for him. "This will not only help draw out the infection, it will draw out the pain as well. I also put in a little something that will help her to sleep." Richard nodded. "Thanks, Zed. I'm kind of worried about how groggy and unaware she is." "She just doesn't feel well and needs rest," his grandfather assured him as he patted him on the shoulder. "You ought to get some sleep as well." Richard didn't think he would be able to sleep. He just wanted to sit up and watch over Colin. They both turned when they heard an odd, muted, distant cry of tortured anguish. "Dear spirits," Zed said. "What in the world was that?" Richard smiled as he pointed. "I put the two mirrors face to face. I think that something tried to look in on the room, and they got a look of something they very much didn't like seeing. Their own reflection." Zed laughed softly, trying not to wake Colin. "Now that, my boy, is a nice bit of magic." Chapter 61. "The situation calls for a choice, and I've made it," Queen Ornetta said. "My decision is final." The small gathering of representatives shared looks. Duchess Marple set her cup down on the low table and leaned in a little as she looked up at Ornetta. "So you mean to say that you really believe, then, that Lord Rawle and the Mother Confessor are agents of the Keeper? Seriously?" Ornetta noted that the woman clearly sounded more scandalized than incredulous. Her eyes, too, gleamed with the prize of such sordid gossip. Some people delighted in nothing more than bringing down the powerful with scandals of unsavory sins. Ornetta was not in the least bit interested in gossip or throwing stones at the mighty. She was driven by more important concerns. She cared about the contemptible behavior because of what it meant for her and her people. Others in the small group whispered their more serious worry to one another. Ornetta had been having intensive talks with these people over recent days. They were among the representatives who were the most concerned about prophecy, who believed firmly in it, and who wanted it used to help guide them into the future. They were greatly troubled that the Lord Rawl and the Mother Confessor wouldn't share prophecy with them. They felt that their views were being ignored. Ornetta had never really known these people to be all that concerned with prophecy, but recently it had taken center stage in their lives. It was much the same with her. She supposed that since peace had come, so had broader concerns about the future. As they had learned from the intimate discussions with Ornetta and Ludwig, there could be only one explanation as to why Lord Rawl and the Mother Confessor refused to share prophecy. Ornetta gestured to Ludwig. As Abbot Dyer has revealed, a number of places in prophecy have been discovered that name Lord Rawl the bringer of death. I take no satisfaction in telling you this, nor do you need to take my word for it, though I doubt that it would be wise to ask Lord Rawl to show you the reference material. It is available. Bishop Park, reluctantly, would show it to you if you insisted on seeing it with your own eyes. The notion that the keeper of the world of the dead was influencing and using their leaders for his own ends was clearly alarming. Most didn't want to believe it was true, but they could not argue the evidence. Who but the Creator, who has created all things, would know the future? Ludwig asked. Since the Creator knows all things, how would he warn us, his creation, of dangers he sees for us in the future? Eyes big, everyone leaned in a little. Prophecy, Ludwig said in answer to his own question. The Creator uses omens to warn us of danger only he can see. Clearly, the Nameless One would want to suppress that means of salvation, would he not? Would he not want to possess the most trusted among us to conceal those prophecies from us, and thus to ensure that we are more easily delivered into the arms of death itself? The implication was clear. Lord Rawl and the Mother Confessor, in hiding prophecy from these leaders, could only be working toward the Keeper's ends. It was a sobering conclusion, and one that these people did not take lightly, one that, even for the Duchess, transcended mere gossip. Ornetta thought that maybe they needed a little demonstration of proper resolve to help them make up their minds as to what to do about it. She loosely grasped Ludwig's arm. Would you please send word to Bishop Park that we could use his guidance where matters of prophecy are concerned? Let him know that there are some of us who view prophecy, as does he, as vital to our future, and we would like to be kept informed of what prophecy says. Let him know also that in return for his help, I, for one, have decided that he will have my loyalty and the loyalty of my people. The whispering started in again. There were also nods of approval. Ludwig bowed his head. Of course, Queen Ornetta. I know that Bishop Park will be humbled by your words. I can assure you on his behalf that wherever the future may lead our people, Bishop Park and I will continue to use prophecy to guide us, so that we all may know the dangers along the path to our common good. I wish that Lord Rawl would do as much, Ambassador Grandin said. He tugged on the end of his pointed beard as he shook his head in sincere regret. We're not picking sides in a conflict. We're all on the same side after all. So I sincerely hope that Lord Rawl won't see our desire to align ourselves with Bishop Park as any kind of betrayal. Urgent murmurs of agreement passed among those gathered. They wanted to side with prophecy, but they trod lightly where treason was concerned. These people were loyal to the Daharan Empire, but they also wanted prophecy to guide Dahara. Ornetta leaned both hands on the broad marble railing and gazed out over the vast corridors of the People's Palace below. Sunlight streamed in from glassed sections overhead. Below, the crowds, lit by streamers of sunlight, moved through the halls or gathered in groups, as did the intimate group up in the small but comfortable sitting area of the balcony. Treason, you mean, Ornetta said without turning back. That's what you really mean. You mean that you hope that Lord Rawl won't see this choice as treason? Well, yes, Grandin said. That's not the way I see it, or even remotely my intent. We are still loyal to the Daharan Empire, still value Lord Roll. It's just that—" Ludwig, sipping on wine as he listened, arched an eyebrow. "Just that if Bishop Ark were to be Lord Ark, he would be better suited to managing the peace than a Lord Roll, who was better at managing the war." The ambassador lifted a finger. "That's a good way of putting it. We are loyal to the Daharan Empire, and, as I said, we value Lord Roll and the Mother Confessor, and all they've done for us. But we believe that Bishop Ark, Lord Ark, as you suggest, with his broad knowledge and familiarity with prophecy, would be better suited in a leadership role. Since he would be guided by prophecy, he would be better able to maintain the peace, and help us all take the safest path into the future." Among the dozen and a half people gathered, there were nods and whispers of agreement to Ambassador Grandin's wisdom. "I would hope as much myself," Ornetta said. "Lord Roll and the Mother Confessor have fought hard to bring us to victory. We, are all greatly indebted to them. I fear, though, that somewhere along the line they have succumbed to the influence of dark whispers. So now we must do what is in the best interest of our people. It is our responsibility to now embrace the guidance of Lord Ark. That is my choice, and it is final." Ambassador Grandin dipped his head in a single but firm nod. It must be. The Duchess took refuge in sipping her tea rather than voice such a profound and final choice. Others in the group, though, did voice their solemn agreement. Ornetta was gratified that Ludwig had such a responsible position in culling prophecy from every source possible and delivering it to Bishop Ark so that he might use it in guiding his rule of Fijian province. It now seemed that Bishop Ark would be better suited to a position as Lord Ark in guiding all the lands rather than just Fijian province. When Ornetta looked up from taking a drink of wine, she saw a Mord Sith in red leather coming around a corner in the distance. As she marched their way, the Mord Sith's gaze was fixed on Ornetta. Chapter 62. The group with Queen Ornetta fell silent as the Mord Sith approached. All eyes were on the tall woman in red as she marched steadily toward them. In light of the gravity of their conversation, worry overcame the small group, and none of them could even manage small talk. They were, after all, standing in Lord Roll's palace, in the ancestral home of the House of Roll, the seat of power in Dahara for thousands of years. It seemed somewhat distasteful, if not disrespectful, if not treasonous, to be discussing such matters while in the people's palace. Yet even though this was Lord Roll's home, the home of the House of Roll, it was also the people's house. In that sense, it was a palace belonging to the people, and so the people had every right to discuss and decide matters of relevance to their common future. But the approaching woman in red made all that seem rather academic. The Lord Roll was the undisputed supreme authority in this place, and in all of Dahara. The war would have seemed to have settled that issue and only strengthened the Lord Roll's hold on power. Unless, of course, Ornetta and those of like mind were able, with the help of Abbot Dryer and Bishop Ark, to do something about it. She was adamant, as were a number of other representatives, that prophecy was the rightful guiding authority handed down by the Creator himself, and it had to be obeyed. To obey it, they had to be made aware of it. To allow the keeper of the dead to subvert the use of prophecy was treason to life. They needed a guiding leader like Bishop Ark, who would rule as Lord Ark in conjunction with the words of prophecy. In the silence up on the balcony, with all the representatives watching, the Mord Sith was the center of attention as she went to the railing and glanced down at the people strolling the halls. Soldiers looking up saw her and without pause continued on their way. Other people moving through the halls noticed her as well, but their gazes didn't linger long. Even in the People's Palace, most people had always avoided looking a Mord Sith in the eye. Of course, since Kara, Lord Roll's closest bodyguard, had gotten married, that caution had softened somewhat. This particular Mord Sith's hard edge, however, gave none of them any reason to abandon long-held fears. The Mord Sith's blonde hair was done in the traditional single braid hanging straight down between her broad shoulders to the small of her back. It was impeccably plaited. Not a single hair seemed to be out of place. The sensual mix of muscles and feminine curves filled out her red leather outfit perfectly. A small red rod, her aegil, hung from a fine gold chain around her right wrist, dangling just beyond the ends of her fingers so that it was always at the ready. As she turned back from surveying the halls below and then the balcony area where the small group of people were gathered, her penetrating blue-eyed gaze finally fixed on Ornetta. "Queen Ornetta, I have come to speak with you alone." Ornetta frowned. "About what?" "We will discuss it in private." Ornetta wasn't at all sure she wanted to speak with one of Lord Rawle's Mord Sith. In light of her recent decision to throw her loyalty to Hannah's Ark, Ornetta especially didn't want to speak with her alone. "Well, I don't know that I wish—" "That's odd. I wasn't aware that I had given the impression that I was offering you a choice." Ornetta could feel the fine hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She didn't think she had ever heard such a silvery voice sound so menacing. Unable to think of a way out of it, she lifted an arm in invitation. "My quarters are down this way. They're not far. Perhaps you would—" "That will do. Get going." Ornetta glanced to Ludwig, hoping for intervention or salvation of some sort. By his heated expression, he didn't look to need much encouragement. "What's this about?" At the anger in his tone, the Mord Sith flicked her aegil up into her fist. "It's about the most recent prophecy." Everyone looked surprised. "What prophecy?" Ludwig asked. "A number of people, including that blind fortune-teller woman, were visited by a prophecy." "What does this prophecy say?" Ludwig demanded. The Mord Sith arched an eyebrow at him before taking in the rest of the people watching. "I wouldn't have any idea what it said. Prophecy is not meant for the ungifted. That includes all of you." Anger was now clearly evident in Ludwig's eyes. He had become more than fond of Ornetta, and she of him. The two of them, in fact, had been together quite a bit. She was gratified that he couldn't seem to get enough of her. "If you don't even know what it says, then what do you mean when you say that this is about the prophecy?" he asked. "I was given orders. It was mentioned in passing that they were based on the most recent prophecy." She leaned toward him and lifted her aegil in a threatening manner. "Now I've wasted enough time. We have to go." Instead of withdrawing, Ludwig tried to step between Ornetta and the Mord Sith. "I think that we should—" The woman rammed her aegil into his shoulder. Ludwig cried out in pain as he was driven back by the shock of the weapon. He dropped heavily to his knees. He pressed a hand to his shoulder as he groaned in agony. He looked up and raged. "You bitch! How dare—" The Mord Sith pointed her aegil right at his face. "I suggest that you stay down and stay quiet, or I will put you down and make you go quiet for good. Do you understand me?" Ludwig glared at her, but he didn't move. Ornetta reached out to him, appalled at seeing him hurt. She wanted to comfort him, to know that he was all right. The Mord Sith stepped in Ornetta's way and gestured with the aegil. "Enough of this nonsense. Get going." Chapter 63. Before the woman could prod her with the weapon, Ornetta took one last quick look at Ludwig, then turned and stalked off in the direction of her quarters. She was indignant, and she was angry at the woman for hurting Ludwig, but she thought better of showing her emotion for the moment. She would make her grievance clear enough at the proper time and to the proper people, and then this woman would pay the price for her insolence, to say nothing of her needless cruelty. At least Ornetta could get the Mord Sith away from Ludwig before he did something foolish and got himself hurt even worse. As she made her way down the elegant corridor, Ornetta tried not to move too swiftly. Rather, she moved at a stately pace, just to remind the Mord Sith of who she was dealing with. Ornetta was also in no hurry to reach her room and be alone with the woman. A servant going in the opposite direction, carrying an armful of fresh bed linens, moved hard against the side of the hallway when she saw the Mord Sith coming and stayed well out of her way. The woman kept her eyes turned toward the ground as she passed, avoiding meeting the steady gaze of the tall woman in red leather. Ornetta felt like a prisoner being led to an execution. She couldn't believe that she was being treated with such disrespect. Considering her decision, it occurred to her that it wasn't entirely undeserved. For years, she had been nothing but loyal to the cause of the Daharan Empire. She reminded herself that what she was doing was out of loyalty to the Daharan Empire, to the people anyway, if not the leader. She didn't know what the Mordsith could possibly want, but Ornetta was becoming more worried by the moment that it had something to do with her throwing her loyalty to Anasark over Richard Rawle. She told herself that it was a silly worry. No one knew of her decision but her and Ludwig, and of course the group, but she had only just told them. It occurred to her then that there might have been a prophecy that foretold of her new sworn allegiance. Lord Rawle wouldn't tell them what prophecy said, wouldn't help them against threats those omens revealed, but that didn't mean he wouldn't use them for his own dark ends. There was no telling what a person being used by the Keeper of the Underworld might know, or what they might do. Lord Rawle was a good man, a decent man, but even such a person could become possessed so that they were not acting of their own free will. They were instead being guided by death itself. As Ludwig had pointed out, who better for the Keeper to possess in order to carry out his dark deeds than the most trusted among them? When Ornetta glanced back over her shoulder, she saw that the Mordsith was right behind her, wearing a grim expression. But past the Mordsith, Ornetta could see that the entire group she'd been meeting with was following them up the hall. They were keeping their distance, but they were clearly intent on seeing what this was about, seeing why one of their group was being singled out. Ludwig, holding his shoulder, looking to still be in pain from the touch of the Aegeal, led a concerned Ambassador Grandin, then the Duchess, then the rest of the representatives. Anger darkened Ludwig's face. Ornetta was glad, at least, to have them following along. She thought that it might temper whatever the Mordsith wanted to see her about. Witnesses tended to cool aggression. She also was heartened to have Ludwig stand up for her. Ornetta paused and flicked her hand at the ornate doors before her, trying to gain a moment for those following to catch up. "These are my quarters." When the Mordsith glared with the kind of look that sapped the strength of even the strong, Ornetta opened the door and led them both inside. She nudged the door closed, but deliberately left it ajar enough that the people, once they caught up, could easily hear everything and even peek in. The Mordsith firmly pushed the door shut. Ornetta, trying to look casual, went to a low cabinet where bottles of wine, water, and sweet drinks sat on a silver tray with a half-dozen crystal glasses. "May I offer you something to drink?" "I'm not here to drink." Ornetta smiled cordially. "I'm sorry, but I haven't even asked your name." The Mordsith's blue eyes were enough to make Ornetta weak, but she tried not to show it. "My name is Vicar." "Vicar?" Ornetta smiled. "Well, Vicar, what can I do for you?" The Mordsith began advancing. "You can scream." Ornetta blinked. "I beg your pardon?" Vicar seized a fistful of Ornetta's dress at her shoulder. "I said you can scream." The Mordsith gritted her teeth as she pulled Ornetta forward and rammed the Aegeal into her middle. The shock of pain was beyond anything Ornetta had ever experienced or imagined was possible. As the full shock of it hit her, it would have been impossible not to scream. Screaming ended, Ornetta crumpled to the floor, trying to get back her breath as tears of hurt streamed down her face. "Why are you doing this?" she managed between gasps. Vicar stood over her, watching. "To help you scream." Ornetta was dumbfounded. She could not begin to imagine why the woman had done such a thing, or what she meant about wanting to hear screams. "But why?" "Since you were so committed to having prophecy guide mankind, you have been granted the honor of being the instrument of prophecy's fulfillment. Now let's hear a really good scream." As Ornetta stared up in frozen, panicked confusion, Vicar jammed the tip of her Aegeal into the hollow at the base of Ornetta's throat. Ornetta screamed so hard she thought it might rip her throat. She wouldn't have been able to stop herself if she had wanted to. The pain overwhelmed her, making the muscles of her arms and neck convulse in uncontrolled spasms. The screams were drowned out as blood frothed up from her throat and out her mouth. It ran down her chin, hanging in long, thick strings, and soaked the front of her dress. The room darkened in her dwindling spot of vision, but then slowly widened back into view. She was hardly aware of where the Mord Sith was or what she was doing until Ornetta saw her walk around behind her. Without a word, Vika jammed her Aegil into the base of Ornetta's skull. Light flashed in her vision. Sparkling colors exploded in every direction. There was a most terrible shrieking sound inside her head that made the pain beyond anything that had come before. Sharp shards of suffering drove inward through her ears. Ornetta sat on the floor, limp and helpless, as the shrieking, crashing, roaring sound and the blaze of light swirled through her head. She heard Vika's boots on the white marble floor as the woman came around in front of her. The Mord Sith stood over Ornetta, towered over her, looking down without the slightest hint of compassion, much less remorse. Ornetta had never seen such a cold and heartless look in all her life. "That was quite good," Vika said in a calm voice. "I'm sure everyone could hear it." Ornetta couldn't hold her head up. She couldn't make her neck muscles respond. By the terrible pain, she thought that they must be torn. Her chin rested on her blood-soaked chest. She saw blood spreading across the white marble floor. Her blood, a lot of her blood. The Mord Sith's boots were the same color as the pool of blood she was standing in. With supreme effort, through the burning pain in her throat, past the blood filling her mouth, she used all her might to lift her head to look up and speak. "What do you want of me?" Vika arched a brow over a cold blue eye. "Well, now that you have screamed very nicely for me, I want you to die." Ornetta blinked up at the woman. She could offer no resistance, could not fight such a savage creature. She was not surprised, though. She had known the answer before Vika had spoken it. Ornetta saw the Aegil coming again. She felt only the first instant of exquisite pain as her heart exploded in her chest. And then even that breathless, crushing agony diminished into the last conscious, dimming spark of awareness. Chapter 64. Ludwig was pouring himself a last glass of wine when he heard the door behind him open and then close. There had been no knock. He glanced back over his shoulder just enough to catch a glimpse of red leather. The familiar odor of blood reached his nostrils. It reminded him of being back at the Abbey, of his work at extracting prophecy. He turned around and took a sip of the wine as he leaned a hip against the table. It was late, and he was tired. Vika stood tall and straight, hands clasped behind her back, feet spread, chin held high, not meeting his gaze. "Was everything satisfactory, Abbot Dwyer?" He strolled across the room toward her. "Everyone was terrified. We all heard the screams. After you came out, and before they all scattered, they caught a glimpse of the body. I especially liked the glare you gave them as you wiped the blood off your boots on the carpeting. Nice touch." Still, she did not meet his gaze. "Thank you, Abbot Dwyer." "Did Ornetta suffer a great deal?" "Yes, Abbot, just as you instructed. I made sure that she suffered greatly." "Good. With the Mord Sith doing such a thing right in front of their eyes, I'm sure that a great many of the representatives now think that Lord Rawle is a monster who cannot be trusted." "I am confident that they will rush into Lord Ark's waiting arms," she said. "Yes," he drawled. "I'm sure they will." She hesitated, licked her lips, and then had to ask, "Is your shoulder all right, Abbot? I was afraid that I might have gone too far." Ludwig pressed a hand over the center of the lingering pain and rotated his arm. "You did as needed to be done. The demonstration made the impression I wanted it to make. No one will ever think to connect us. They won't know that you are with me." Her blue eyes finally turned, ice coming back into her gaze as it settled on him. "I am Lord Ark's Mord Sith, not yours." He shrugged. "A fine point that I find meaningless." "I don't think that Lord Ark would find it meaningless." Ludwig lifted his hand toward her, releasing a flow of power into her middle as he took another sip of wine. Vika's eyes watered as she went to one knee. Her face turned nearly as red as her leather outfit. Her arms crossed over her abdomen, over the unbearable agony he was twisting mercilessly into her. She toppled over on her side, groaning in helpless pain. Mord Sith were well practiced at tolerating pain, but they were not well practiced in tolerating the kind he could deliver, or this much of it. Her eyes went out of focus. He knew that she was looking beyond the world of life and into the world of the dead. He knew that she would not expect to return from the terror of that dark vision. One did not often venture this far beyond the cusp of death and return. It was a fine line of control. He held her there at that place near the forever point. If she did not return from that dark place, he would not really care. Lovely as she was, there were always others. He reminded himself that Hannah Sark would care. Ludwig released her. Vicka gasped, trying to catch her breath as she rolled onto her back. Her arms lay spread out wide to the sides as the world of life swirled in around her again. He could see her confusion at returning unexpectedly to life. She at last blinked, looking up at him, realizing where she was. "Don't ever get snippy with me again. Do you understand?" "Yes, Abbot Trier." "I don't appreciate your insolence." She nodded as she struggled to her feet. "Please forgive my thoughtless disrespect." He waited until she was able to get fully upright. A tear trailed down her cheek. "What about the rest of it?" he asked. With a great effort not to show the lingering pain, she stiffly clasped her hands behind her back. Her posture was not quite as straight as before. "I've taken care of it all, Abbot Trier," Vicka swallowed, still trying to regain her composure. "I was able to get into the halls where Lord Rawl's bedchambers are located and place the symbol outside his doors. I also placed the one outside King Philippe's room when I saw him leave and his wife was alone." Ludwig took another sip of wine. "And did anyone see you as you went about your business?" "Yes, Abbot. A number of people saw me, but none of them really looked at me. As you directed, though, I was careful not to let any of the Mord Sith get a look at me. To everyone else, I was simply another one of Lord Rawl's Mord Sith. Everyone is used to seeing them in the palace. Fortunately, they have all been in red leather of late. Everyone who noticed me went to great pains to not pay any attention to me. You would have thought I was invisible." Ludwig smiled. He knew the truth of that. He knew when he had suggested it to Hannah Sark that she would be able to walk around in broad daylight in plain sight and no one would pay any attention to her. Hannah Sark, as powerful as he was, as clever as he was too insulated, too consumed with his own narrow obsessions to know how things in the wider world worked. He could not accomplish what he did without Ludwig's guidance. "Good," he said as he nodded in satisfaction. "Good." He set down his glass. "Now that you've finished with what I wanted done, you need to leave. I don't want to risk one of Lord Rawl's Mord Sith getting a look at your face. The longer you're here, the greater the risk that someone will recognize that you're not one of Lord Rawl's Mord Sith." "I am prepared and can leave immediately, Abbot Trier." Ludwig nodded. "My coach is packed and waiting for me. I will shortly be leaving as well. After I am away from the palace and the Azrith Plain, and once into the woodlands, you can join me in the coach for the journey home. I'm sure that Lord Ark is eager for your return." "Yes, Abbot Trier, I am sure he is." He glanced up, looking for any hint of insolence in her cold blue eyes, but he saw none. "Is what I heard true, Abbot Trier?" "I don't know. What did you hear?" Vicka hesitated a moment. "That a Mord Sith was married, that such was the reason for the big ceremony and all the guests. I was busy carrying out my orders and didn't see for myself if it was true." "Not that it's any of your business, but that's right. It's why we're all here, all of us representatives. We were invited to attend the grand celebration of Kara's wedding." Vicka let out a noisy breath. "I just don't understand how a Mord Sith could do such a thing." Ludwig shrugged. "The Mord Sith here, under Lord Rawl's rule, have gotten soft." She nodded as she stared off in private thoughts. "It must be." He stepped closer, walking around her, deliberately looking her over. He stopped close in front of her, looking into her blue eyes. She didn't meet his gaze. "Our work here is done for now. You need to be on your way. I don't want to risk you being seen by the wrong person." Vicka bowed her head. "I will leave straight away and then join you when you reach the woodlands." Ludwig watched her shapely form from behind as she went to the door, watched the way she swayed and her hips moved. It would be an exciting change to have such a luscious creature after Ornetta. Not that Ornetta was bad, it was just that she was no Vicka. Few women were. But for now, like the other Mordsith, she belonged to Hannah Sark. One day, though, if Ludwig had his way, Lord Ark would not be around to make demands of her. One day Abbot Dryer would be Lord Dryer, and he would make his own demands. It would require great care, though. Hannah Sark was a profoundly dangerous man. His occult abilities were not to be taken lightly, but he was also a man obsessed. Ludwig pulled himself back from his pleasant contemplation. He had to be on his way. All the representatives who had lost faith in Lord Roll and sworn allegiance to Lord Ark instead were leaving, going back to various parts of the Empire. He wanted to be among them. Chapter 65. Richard was shocked and angry. He could hardly believe the bloody scene with Queen Ornetta lying lifeless in the middle of it. This was the second queen murdered in the palace since Kara's wedding. Both killings had been horrific. He was even more upset to know that a Mordsith had done this. Which one had done it he didn't know. Why she had done it he could not imagine. "Lord Roll," Kara said, "I admit to not liking the woman, to not trusting her, but I would not have done this." Even Kara knew better than to test his patience right then. "I didn't say you did." "Then say something," she said. He looked back at her. "I want to know who did this." She pressed her lips tightly together and nodded. She wanted to say that a Mordsith would not have acted on her own like this, not any more, but she could not refute the evidence or the witnesses. Kara herself had confirmed what Richard had already known, that the queen had died from an ageal. There was no doubt that a Mordsith had killed Queen Ornetta. The only question remaining was which one. Richard didn't want to think it of any of them. They were all absolutely ruthless in defending Colin's life and his, and ruthless in battle, but they were also ruthlessly loyal to him. It just didn't make any sense. With a hand, Richard signaled Ambassador Grandin, standing out in the hall, to come forward. The ambassador dipped his head in acknowledgment of the Lord Roll's summons and shuffled into the room, fumbling with a button in his long coat the entire way. He dipped his head again when he came to a stop. "Yes, Lord Roll." "You say it was a Mordsith who did this, and that you saw her?" "Yes, Lord Roll." "Describe her. What did she look like?" He thought it over a moment. "Tall, blonde hair. She had blue eyes." Richard fought to keep his reaction under control as he gestured at Kara standing next to him. "Kara is tall. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. Was it her, then?" Ambassador Grandin looked up at Kara. "Of course not, Lord Roll." "A good many of the Mordsith have blonde hair and blue eyes. Many people in Dahara do." Ambassador Grandin dipped his head again as he continued to play with the button on his coat. "Yes, Lord Roll." "So tell me what was different about this woman. How can we pick her out from all the other blonde-headed, blue-eyed Mordsith? How do we know which one was responsible?" The man finally let go of the button to tug on his pointed beard instead. "I don't know, Lord Roll. I didn't look at her that directly, that carefully. I saw the red leather, the blonde braid, the ageal, and she had the attitude of a Mordsith, if you know what I mean. She was a woman to be greatly feared. I'm not sure I could point her out as the one, even if I saw her again." Richard sighed in frustration. He knew the man was right. Few people would look a Mordsith in the eye or take more than a brief glance. He understood the feeling, the fear, well enough. Richard rested the palm of his left hand on the hilt of his sword, tapping the cross-guard with his thumb. "What were you and the others doing with Queen Ornetta? Why were all of you gathered back there on the balcony? By the looks of all the cups and glasses setting around, you were all up there for quite a while. What were you all doing there?" When the man paled a little, Richard knew that he had hit a soft spot. "Well, Lord Rawle, we were just talking." "Just talking? Just talking about what?" "About prophecy." "Prophecy? And what were you all saying about prophecy? Considering that most of those people immediately packed up, and if they haven't already gone, they are in the process of getting ready to leave." Ambassador Grandon licked his lips, carefully considering his answer. "Lord Rawle, I stayed behind for the moment because I felt that I at least owed you an explanation." Richard frowned. "An explanation for what?" "For why the others have left, or are leaving, and what was decided. You see, we have heard what you and the Mother Confessor have had to say about prophecy. We have heard what Nathan the prophet has had to say, but we respectfully have our own view of it." Richard bit back a flippant answer. He paused and took a deep breath. He was the one, after all, who had told all of these people, who formerly had gone to their knees to chant a devotion to the Lord Rawle, that their lives were their own, and that they should rise up and live them. He expected them to think for themselves, to make their own reasoned decisions, to live their own lives. Richard laid a hand on the man's shoulder. "Ambassador Grandon, we are a free people. We all need to cooperate for our common prosperity, but I am not going to torture to death those who don't want to follow my way of doing things. That was what the war was fought over, the idea that we are all entitled to live our own lives as we see fit. When I said that your lives are your own to live, I meant it. I would hope that people would see the wisdom and experience in what we say, and choose to go along willingly with us." The ambassador looked humbled and regretful. "I cannot tell you how grateful I am to hear such a sentiment, Lord Rawle. I guess that's one reason it makes what I stayed to tell you all the more difficult to say." "Just tell me the truth, Ambassador. I can't fault you for speaking truth." The man nodded. "You see, Lord Rawle, we realized that you have your own point of view about prophecy, and we can even understand that you undoubtedly have your own good reasons for that belief. But we believe that we need to know what prophecy says, so that we may use it to help our people live better lives. Queen Ornetta made the choice to throw her loyalty behind Hannas' Ark, to follow his guidance with the aid of prophecy, if he will agree to give it. We don't know for certain how he will receive our request for him to share his knowledge of prophecy, but we have reason to believe that he will be open to our entreaty. After she made this decision, we all decided the same, that we wanted to listen to a leader who revealed prophecy and uses it rather than you." Richard hooked his thumbs in his belt as he took another deep breath. "I see." After that, when we were gathered up there on the balcony, the abbot asked the Mordsith, who came to take the queen away, what this was about, and she said that it was about the most recent prophecy. Abbot Dwyer asked what the prophecy said. The Mordsith said that she didn't know, but that a number of people had had the prophecy. When the abbot tried to stop the woman, she used her aegil against him, hurt him quite badly. He gestured at the dead woman lying in a pool of blood. The Mordsith took Queen Ornetta away. We followed and heard what she did. After killing the queen, when she came out, we all thought we might be next. That's why none of us really looked at her. Anyway, she left then, and we were all spared. So some of us immediately went to the fortune-teller down in the halls. "Sabella," Richard said. "I know her." Ambassador Grandon nodded. "That would be her." "So what did Sabella say?" "She said that an omen had come to her the day before, an omen saying, 'A queen's choice will cost her her life.' This, of course, was after Queen Ornetta had told us that her choice was to throw her loyalty behind Hannas' Ark in return for his guidance with revealing prophecy." He flicked a hand toward the dead queen. "Shortly after, Ornetta lost her life." Prophecy had been fulfilled. Further proof to many of us that we are right to believe we need to be informed of prophecy, the need to follow a man familiar with prophecy, and one who will reveal it to us. "I see." The ambassador hung his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Rawle, but it is our lives, and we choose to use whatever tools we can to preserve life. This is what we decided, and the reason many of the representatives are leaving. Some are already gone. Some are leaving as we speak. Some are packing now and will be leaving yet tonight. You among them, Ambassador?" He nodded as he tugged on his beard again. "Yes, Lord Rawle. Please do not think of it as turning away from you, but rather as wanting to open our ears to listen to a man who will reveal the dark secrets of prophecy to us." Dark secrets. Richard was at his wits' end with the darkness that had come into the palace since that day he found the machine that issued prophecy. Richard stood not far from a dead queen, her death predicted by the prophecy on the metal strip in his pocket. He was filled with a swirl of emotions. He thought it best to keep them to himself, especially the one wishing he could give all this up and go back to Harkland and work as a simple woods guide. "I understand, Ambassador. I hope that you and the others will one day come to see my reasoning, and why I believe it must be as the Mother Confessor and I have said it must. You and the others are welcome to return to the palace, if you have a change of heart." The man bowed his head again, and then, after one more quick glance at the queen lying dead nearby, turned and left. On his way out, he passed Nikki on her way in. She looked uncharacteristically gloomy. She cast a brief glance at the dead queen as she was being wrapped in a shroud before being lifted onto a litter and taken away for burial. Out in the hall, a quiet group of the cleaning staff were standing solemnly by to come in and scrub the place clean of all the blood. "I hear that she was killed by a Mord Sith," Nikki said. "I'm happy to have any of us admit to killing," Kara said, "but only when we have actually done it." She was in a foul mood, and Richard couldn't say he blamed her. His own mood wasn't really any better. Nikki didn't look to want to debate the subject. She looked like she had something on her mind. "What is it?" he asked. Nikki briefly gazed into his eyes. "First of all, I want you to know that I just came from your room. Colin is sleeping peacefully. I personally checked the room for anything out of place, anything out of the ordinary, any traces of magic of any kind, any problem at all. Colin slept peacefully through it all. Then I checked all the men guarding the room and the area. Ricka and Berdine were in the corridors. I told them to keep their eyes open for anything that seemed even slightly odd, any sign at all of anything." Richard frowned. "What's going on?" Her resolute gaze met his. "I was with Zed, down with the machine, when it started softly, slowly, the way you described. It built speed, then it inscribed a prophecy on a metal strip. The strip came out cool, like you told us it did, when the machine then said that it had had dreams. It then went quiet and still again. Zed is staying down with it in case it issues any more omens. He asked me to bring the strip it inscribed to you. On the way, when I checked on Colin, like I told you, I asked Berdine to translate the strip for me." Richard was getting seriously suspicious. "So what does this one say?" She took a breath to steel herself and then handed him the strip. "I would rather you translate it yourself. I don't wish to be the messenger in this." Frowning, Richard took the strip and looked at the one rather simple emblem on the strip, followed by a more complex element. He felt blood rush to his face in hot rage. The strip said, "The hounds will take her from you." He clenched his jaw. "That's it. I've had it with that machine. I want it destroyed." As he headed for the door, Nikki and Kara raced to catch up with him. Chapter 66. Colin woke to the feel of warm breath on her face. It made absolutely no sense. The alarm of her inner voice warned her to keep her eyes closed and to remain perfectly still. She frantically tried to understand what was going on, but she couldn't make sense of it. She knew that it wasn't Richard. He was worried about her and would never do something that would frighten her, especially when she was not feeling well. Her left arm hurt. She only dimly recalled Zed putting something on it and wrapping it in bandages. But her arm was not the immediate problem. Her experience during the war, and even more her training and experience as a confessor, automatically took over. She ignored her still throbbing headache, her nausea, the ache of her arm, and put her full focus on the problem at hand. Without opening her eyes or moving or changing her breathing, Colin began to take assessment. Something was keeping her tightly pinned under the blanket. She tried to imagine what could be holding her down. As she put her mind to understanding it, she thought that it felt rather like someone on their hands and knees directly over her, with a hand and a knee to either side, pinning the blanket down. She knew that the room was heavily guarded, so she was at a loss to imagine how anyone intending harm could have gotten in. She couldn't think of a single person who would do such a thing as a joke. She realized that the smell of the thing was decidedly unpleasant and not human. The heavy breathing had an element of a low growl to it. Ever so carefully she slitted her eyelids open just the tiniest bit. Near to her, to each side, she could see something slender and hairy. She realized that it could only be the front legs of an animal like a wolf or dog, possibly a coyote. In the dim light of the single lamp on the bedside table, it was hard to tell the color. With that bit of information, the frantic, bewildered confusion began to clear. Her thoughts of what it could possibly be, thankfully, began to coalesce. It was not a person on all fours over her. It was some sort of animal. By the weight of it on the bed, whatever it was had to be rather big, too big, she realized, to be a coyote. And then she heard the distinctive low growl and felt the hot breath again. By the smell of the thing, the legs she could see, and the panting growl, she was pretty sure that it had to be a big dog, possibly a wolf. She was having a great deal of difficulty conceiving of what it could be doing in her bedroom. She recalled then the dog that had crashed into their bedroom door, the wildly aggressive dog that the soldiers had been forced to kill. She didn't know how this dog could have gotten into the room. She set aside the effort of trying to figure it out. It didn't matter how it got in. It only mattered that it had, and that the animal was dangerous. She had no doubt of that. With her body pinned under the blanket, there was no hope of leaping up and racing for the door. It was too close to her. She would never make it. As she opened her eyelids just the slightest bit more, she could see the muzzle snarled back and the long teeth. If she tried to jump up, slowed by being trapped under the blanket as she was, the beast would rip off her face before she had a chance to get her arms up to defend herself. She realized that the animal was standing between her right side and her right arm. Her left arm was trapped close to her body, but her right arm was not. It was outside the animal's legs. She knew that she had only one chance. She also knew that she could not delay. Dogs and wolves both had a predator instinct. They were excited by prey trying to get away, by it running. As she lay perfectly still, the prey drive was being kept in check. But only as long as she was perfectly still, and only for the moment. She knew that the dog could decide to act first. She could hear the low, menacing growl getting deeper, getting a little louder. She could feel the vibration of it in her chest. The dog was deciding to flush its prey. She had no time to waste. She knew that once it sank its teeth into her, there would be no escape. She had to take the initiative. Chapter 67. Colin slowly pulled in a deep breath, preparing herself. The dog sensed something. The growl rose in power. Suddenly, with all her strength, as fast as she possibly could, she used her right arm to whip the blanket up, over, and around the dog. It began to lunge. In an instant, though, before it could fully react, before it could drive forward, and before its teeth could reach her face, she had the beast rolled up in the blanket. The rotating momentum of throwing the blanket over and around it, of enveloping and trapping the animal, rolled them both over the side of the bed. They crashed to the floor, Colin on top of the powerful, struggling dog. Its legs, encased in the blanket, kicked frantically to escape. Colin knew there were guards right outside the door. She tried to cry out for help, but her throat was so sore that her voice was gone. She couldn't bring forth a scream. Fortunately, she had just missed knocking the bedside lamp off onto the floor with them, so she could see what she was doing. From years of experience, Colin instinctively reached to the knife at her belt so that she could dispatch the wildly thrashing beast. the knife wasn't there. She was confused at first as to why not, wondering if she had lost it when she rolled off the bed. Almost at the same time she realized that she didn't usually wear it in the palace. She kept it in her pack now. As she fought the dog, she looked up in the dimly lit room to see where the door was, hoping that she could try to make an escape. That was when she saw the glowing eyes of 3 more dogs near the door, heads down, ears back, teeth bared, drool hanging from their mouths. They were big, powerfully built, dark, short-haired dogs with thick, muscular necks. She couldn't imagine how in the world they had managed to get into the room. As she frantically looked around for a way to escape, she saw that one of the double doors at the back of the room was partially opened. It was all she could do to keep the animal wrapped in the blanket under her at bay. Its hind legs kicked as it snapped and tried to bite. She had stuffed a water blanket in its mouth. The confusing fight was keeping the other dogs from joining in, at least for the moment. She knew that at any second they would attack. As she looked up again, checking on where the 3 were, she saw one of them take a step closer. She also saw her backpack not far to the right, near the foot of the bed. Her knife was in her pack. There was no way she could hope to get through a door guarded by the 3 snarling hounds. Her only chance was to get her knife, so she would at least have a fighting chance to defend herself. Without pausing to consider the wisdom of it, she threw a leg over the squirming dog trapped in the blanket and stretched to the right for her pack. She just managed to catch the strap with her fingers. As the lead dog of the 3 bounded toward her, she swung her pack with all her might. It knocked the dog from its feet and sent it sliding across the floor. Without missing a beat, she sprang to her feet, kicked the dog in the blanket as hard as she could in the ribs, and bolted for the open door at the back of the room. Out of nowhere, from the darkness at the sides of the room, other big dogs lunged out at her, just missing her. Colin gasped in fright and dove through the open door out to the small balcony. The railing caught her in the middle, driving the wind out of her. She was lucky it did, because she could see that it was quite a drop to the ground, a drop that would have killed her. She spun to shut the door, but the dogs were already through. She saw that up against the side of the building, not far from her balcony, there was another balcony. There were several feet of space separating them and quite a drop between them. There was no time to consider it and no other option. She put a foot up onto the top of the railing and used it to boost herself across the space toward the other balcony. Teeth snapped closed, just missing her ankle. She landed on the top of the fat railing on the second balcony, but slipped and fell sprawling on the floor. Looking up, she saw that on the far side of the balcony there was a narrow stairway down to the ground. She looked back and saw the dogs stand with their front paws on the balcony of her room, looking to see where she had gone. She looked back at the stairs. This had to be how they had gotten up to her room. They had come up the stairs, leaped across to the balcony outside her room, and gotten in that way. She saw the dogs back up on the balcony to her room, getting the space they needed to make the leap. She had no time to stop and think. She was in full terror mode as she jumped up and raced for the stairs. She bounded down the steps 3 at a time as the first dog made the leap across. She panted, out of breath, as she frantically ran down the steps, hooked a hand on the end cap of the railing to spin herself around for the next flight, and launched herself down those as well. She looked back briefly, reasoning that she could use her backpack to fend them off if they got too close. When she saw the snapping jaws lunging for her, she realized that fending them off with her pack was not going to work. She ran all the faster down the steps, taking each turn by hooking her hand over the newel and spinning around to change directions at each switchback flight of stairs. Having to make those turns slowed the snarling pack of dogs as they slid on the stones, scrambling to gain footing as they turned the corners. Colin was able to gain a lead on them. It was not a comfortable lead, but it at least gained her a bit of distance from the teeth. Her head hurt so much that she thought she might simply collapse, and then they would have her. She remembered the prediction of the woman who had murdered her children, the woman Colin had taken with her power, the prediction that fangs would come for Colin and tear her apart. Colin ran all the harder. But even as she ran, she knew that she was near the end of her endurance. She could feel her strength waning. As she found herself racing across the ground in the dead of night, she was near to dropping from exhaustion. Behind, the hounds were coming, and they were catching up again. She had no choice but to keep running. The hammering pain in her head was close to overwhelming her. She knew that she would not be able to go on for long, and then the hounds would have her. She remembered the horrific sight of Catherine killed by animals of some kind. Colin was pretty sure that she now knew what had killed the pregnant queen. The same thing had killed Catherine and her unborn child that was now after Colin. There was no doubt that if these beasts caught her, they would rip her apart the way they had ripped apart Catherine. That image, that memory, powered her legs. The only chance she had was to run. But even if she hadn't been near to the end of her strength, the dogs were running faster. What distance she had gained on the stairs, they were rapidly making up. Worse, the initial fright that had powered her and carried her on, that burst of fear-driven strength, was expended. She was near to dropping. She had to do something. Colin saw a wagon up ahead in the darkness moving away from her. She changed course a little and ran toward it. She was out of breath, but she knew that even a momentary pause in her maximum effort would mean that the hounds would sink their teeth into her and bring her down once and for all. They were that close. Colin nearly cried out with giddy joy when she reached the wagon, but she didn't have the voice or the breath. She timed her paces right and leaped up onto the iron-rung step hanging down off the back. As the dogs leaped, snapping, trying to get a hold of her leg, she pulled herself up to the second step and, with a final mighty effort, dove up and over into the wagon. As she landed, she cracked her head hard on something dead solid. The pain was stunning. Her world went black. Chapter 68. It was deep in the middle of the night by the time Richard finally stepped off the spiral stairs and into the room with Regula. It had been a long journey from the guest quarters up to the Garden of Life. The palace complex was a sprawling city, and it sometimes seemed that he spent half his time crossing back and forth through it. He gritted his teeth in anger at the sight of the machine. He was fed up with the way its predictions had been at the core of every one of the recent deaths. And now the machine was predicting that the hounds would take Colin from him. He couldn't get the image out of his mind of the manner in which the hounds had taken Catherine from her husband. The thought of that happening to Colin had him seeing red. On the way from the murdered Queen Ornetta, despite Niki's assurance that Colin was sleeping peacefully, he had stopped in to check for himself. He had slipped quietly into the room, and by the light of a single lamp burning on a table by the bed, he had seen her, covered by the blanket he had tucked under her chin earlier, sound asleep. Her breathing had been even, and she wasn't tossing and turning, so it seemed to Richard that she was resting comfortably. He had gently kissed her forehead and left her to her rest. He had also checked with Ricca, Burdine, and the soldiers to make sure that they understood that anything at all unusual was to be taken as dead serious. They all understood. The whole time, the words from the machine, "The hounds will take her from you," kept running through his mind. Zed looked up when he saw Richard coming. "What is it?" Richard flicked his hand at the machine. "Remember the prediction the machine issued earlier this evening? A queen's choice will cost her her life." "What of it?" Zed asked. "Have you figured out what it means?" Richard nodded. "Turns out it was about Queen Ornetta. She made a decision to throw her allegiance behind Tanasark of the Jin province, because he believes in the use of prophecy, deals in it all the time, and would be only too happy to reveal it to her and anyone else who wants to be guided by it. A short time later she was killed." "Killed? How?" Richard took a deep breath. "Killed by a Mord Sith. It makes no sense. I don't want to believe that one of them did it, but there is no doubt that it was done at the hands of a Mord Sith." "I see." With a troubled expression, Zed turned and paced a few steps away as he considered the implications. Richard pulled the strip of metal out of his pocket and waved it as he spoke. "The machine later issued this omen, the one you sent with Niki." Zed looked back over his shoulder. "What does it say?" "It says, 'The hounds will take her from you.'" Zed's hazel eyes reflected how tired he was. His gaze sank. "Dear spirits," he whispered. Richard pointed back at the machine. "Zed, I want this thing destroyed." "Destroyed?" Zed, rubbing his chin with his fingertips, looked up with a frown. "I understand your feelings, Richard, but do you really think that's wise?" Do you know of any prophecy, any at all, that results in a joyous event? Any you've seen throughout your life?" Zed seemed puzzled by the question, and his frown deepened. "Yes, of course. I don't recall them exactly offhand, but I know I've seen them before and recall the general nature of a few. They are not as plentiful as more ominous prophecies, but there are prophecies of joyous events sprinkled regularly throughout books of prophecy. Nathan, as well, has had prophecies of happy events or outcomes. And has this machine issued a single prophecy other than simply predictions of suffering and death?" Zed glanced at the machine standing silently in the center of the gloomy room, lit by the strange light from the proximity spheres. "I don't suppose it has. Doesn't that strike you as odd?" "Odd? What do you mean?" "There's no balance. Prophecy is magic. Magic has to have balance. Even the existence of prophecy itself has to be balanced by free will. But there is no balance to the prophecies this thing has been issuing, is there? It's all death and suffering." "There is the one about it having dreams," Nikki offered. Richard turned to her. "But is that really joyous? And even if it is it really a prophecy? I don't think it's either." "Then what was it?" she asked. Richard thought about it for a moment. "I don't think it's prophecy. To me it sounds more like the machine is asking a question about itself. I've had dreams. Why have I had dreams? That's what it asked." He turned back to Zed. "But the prophecies of suffering and death that it has been issuing are all the same ominous predictions. They have no balance." Zed looked truly puzzled. "What's your point, my boy?" "My point is that I'm not sure that these are really legitimate prophecies." Nikki looked skeptical. "What else could they be, then?" "I think it's possible that someone is planting these omens and then carrying them out to make it look like real prophecy coming true. They want us to think they're prophecy. It would be like if I said that I'd had a premonition last night that I was going to draw my sword and touch your shoulder with it, and then I did just that to give the prediction validity. That may sound like I had given prophecy and it came true, but it wasn't really prophecy. You think someone may be sending these prophecies or made-up prophecies through the machine?" Zed poked a bony finger through his unruly thatch of white hair and scratched his scalp. "Richard, I can't begin to imagine how such a thing could be done, much less know if it's even possible." Richard threw up his arm. "I don't care. Just because I can't figure out if someone really is doing this or how doesn't mean that I should keep letting them get away with it. But to destroy such a thing without knowing anything about it seems—" "We do know something about it," Richard said, cutting him off. He fisted his hands. "It has been predicting terrible things, and they have come true. I want these murders to stop. I want Colin to be safe. I want this thing silenced." Exasperated, Zed looked at Nikki. "I'm afraid that I don't have an argument against it," she said in answer to Zed's unspoken question. "There's something about this machine that has had me worried since the first moment I saw it. It was buried for a reason. Richard may have a point. Nothing good has come from it since it was discovered." Zed looked from Nikki to Richard. "What of the rest of the book, regular, that is hidden away in the Temple of the Winds?" Richard gestured vaguely into the distance. "Like you said, it's in the Temple of the Winds. Even if we travel there, getting in won't be easy. Even if we get in, the place is immense. There's no telling how long it will take us to find the rest of the book, if it's still there and if it isn't hidden. There's no telling if it would even be of any use to us. We have a problem, and it's right here, right now, in this room." Zed took a deep breath and then sighed as he considered it. "Well," he finally said, "you may have a point. I have to admit I haven't liked this thing from the moment it was discovered. As Nikki says, it was buried for a reason. No one goes to this much trouble to bury and hide the existence of something unless it was causing big problems." "Then let's stop wasting time," Richard said. "We need to put a stop to it now." Resigned, Zed motioned for them to step back, ushering Richard and Nikki into the protected landing of the spiral stairs where Kara stood guard. Without further fuss, Zed turned back to the machine and ignited wizard's fire between his outstretched palms. The room lit with rolling ribbons of orange and yellow light that played off the stone walls. Zed's white hair was made orange in the light coming from the sinister inferno, which he turned over and over between his hands, working it into a lethal servant. The boiling ball of fire built in intensity, hissing and popping with purpose. Satisfied that it was compacted the way he wanted it, Zed finally flung the glowing sphere of liquid fire toward the square metal box sitting in the center of the room. The tempestuous inferno cast flickering light across the floor, walls, and ceiling as it flew, all the while hissing with deadly menace. Richard felt the powerful concussion in his chest as the sphere of liquid flame exploded against the unyielding machine. The liquid wizard's fire, one of the most feared substances in existence because it burned so violently, engulfed the machine, crackling as it poured down the sides, burning with white-hot intensity. Wizard's fire, unleashed in a confined space, was extraordinarily intense and profoundly dangerous. Even though Richard, Nikki, and Kara turned their faces away from the inferno, they still had to put hands up to shield themselves against the brutal heat and light from the concentrated conflagration. The burning roar was thunderous. It felt as if the entire world were being consumed. Chapter 69. When the violence of the wizard's fire at last subsided, Richard was finally able to open his eyes and take his hand away from his face. As the last glowing clots of conjured conflagration dripped onto the floor and extinguished with a steamy hiss, and the smoke cleared away, Richard expected to see Regula reduced to a puddle of molten metal. It was not. He saw that the machine was still sitting in the center of the room, looking exactly the same as the first time he had seen it. It looked untouched. He was certain that the outer walls of the machine would be scorching hot, but as he approached it, he felt no residual heat radiating from the metal. Richard cautiously reached out, carefully testing, then tentatively touching the metal surface. It was cool to the touch. Richard had seen some of the terrible damage done by Wizard's fire, yet it had done nothing to the machine. It hadn't even scoured the patina of corrosion off the surface. The symbols on the sides, the same symbols that appeared in the book Regula, were still in perfect condition. If he hadn't seen the wizard's fire engulfing it with his own eyes, he might not have believed that anything had happened, much less that it had been the target of some of the most powerful conjured magic in existence. Nikki, standing beside Richard, tested the surface with her fingers. "Well, additive magic obviously didn't work. Maybe it's time to try something a little more destructive." She motioned for the rest of them to move back. Richard shepherded Zed and Kara back into the protection of the stairwell. He knew what Nikki was going to do. He could see the aura of power crackling around the sorceress. It gave her a kind of glowing, otherworldly appearance, almost as if she were only there in spirit. The sorceress lifted her hands out toward the machine. The sizzling aura around her flickered with intensity. He knew that others couldn't see it, but he had always sensed the field of power around certain people. No aura he had ever seen was as strong as Nikki's. Black lightning, subtractive magic, ignited in the room with a thunderous thump. Dust lifted from the floor. The proximity spheres instantly went dark. The black lightning twisted together with a blindingly bright, sudden discharge of additive magic. The rope of subtractive magic was so dark that it was like looking through a crack in the world of life into the underworld itself. In a way it was. The inky black lightning connected with the machine. The end played over the surface, flickering up and down it. The rest of it, between Nikki and the machine, whipped wildly about the room as it crackled and popped where the two flows of power, impossible darkness and blinding light, touched. The air of the room smelled like burning sulfur and vibrated with the power of the conflicting forces fighting each other. Both dark and light twisted with savage effort to dominate the other, to occupy the same place at the same time. The machine was bathed in the hot glow of the additive magic, only to then vanish into the void of subtractive magic. It was a terrifying display of incompatible powers focused with destructive intent on the Omen machine. As abruptly as it started, it stopped. The sudden quiet made Richard's ears throb. The proximity spheres brightened, but slowly. "It isn't working," Nikki said as her hands dropped to her sides. The aura around her calmed and then extinguished. Richard stepped out of the stairwell. "How could it not work? What's wrong?" "I've never felt anything like it before." Nikki ran her hand over the top of the machine, as if trying to perceive its inner secrets through that light caress. "I could sense that it simply wasn't connecting." "What do you mean it wasn't connecting?" Nikki shook her head in disbelief as she stared at the machine. "I create a node at the other end of the target. The flow of power then fills the void between me and the target. The node is there to create a link for the power to seek, a route to follow. Once the connection is established, the two flows of energy are released into the node, destroying what it's attached to. It happens instinctively and almost instantaneously. This time, as I cast my ability outward, the node just couldn't find the target, wouldn't settle where I intended, almost as if the object wasn't there. Because of that, my power couldn't connect with the object." She turned to look up at Richard. "I'm sorry, Richard. I tried. It should have been utterly destroyed, but I couldn't even scratch the metal of the outer shell." Richard wasn't satisfied. "There has to be a way." "This is something the likes of which none of us has ever seen before." Nikki shook her head. "No wonder they buried it." Richard knew something that would cut any metal. As he drew the sword of truth, the unique ring of steel filled the gloomy room. With the floodgates to the sword's magic opened, its magic inundated him. He gave himself over to it, letting the storm of power thunder through him. He let it rage for a time, letting it seep into every fiber of his being. The others in the room, recognizing all too well what he intended to do, backed away. Filled with the fury of the sword's magic mixing with his own, Richard slowly lifted the gleaming blade and touched the steel to his forehead. He let his own anger at the danger Colin was in surge through him, interlacing with the sword's righteous wrath. Eyes closed, he gave himself over to the volatile fusing of magic. "Blade," he whispered, "be true this day." With both hands, Richard lifted the sword high over his head. Without pause and with all his might and fury, he drove the blade down toward the machine. The sword's tip whistled as it sliced through the air. Richard screamed with the power of the magic coursing through him, with the power of his rage. The blade arced around and down toward the machine with lightning speed. A hair's breadth from touching the machine, the blade stopped cold in midair. Richard was taken by surprise. He hadn't expected the blade to stop the way it had. His muscles ached with the expected release that didn't happen. The sword's magic worked by intent. If the one wielding the sword believed that what he was attacking was the enemy or evil, the sword would cut through it, cut through anything. If the seeker believed the person evil, there was no defense against the blade, not even a wall of steel. But if the seeker, somewhere deep inside in the darkest corner of his mind, believed that the adversary was innocent, then the blade would not cut through even paper to harm them. Richard stood with the sword tightly gripped in both fists, the blade motionless in midair just above the top of the machine, a trail of sweat running down his temple. And then the machine began to wake. Shafts slowly started turning, gears engaged, and yet more of the mechanism began to gather momentum. Chapter 70. "Well, isn't that something?" Zed said as he stepped out of the stairwell. "Seems that none of us has it in us to destroy the machine." Richard wondered why. He staggered back from the machine as its internal mechanism gradually came to life, the internal parts progressively gathering momentum. He stood silently staring at the waking machine, stunned that the sword had halted so abruptly. He hadn't expected it to. He'd had the same experience before, when somewhere deep down inside he'd had a glimmer of doubt. This time as well, some part of him didn't think the machine was at fault for the things that had happened. Some part of him thought that it was wrong to blame the machine for the terrible things that had happened. If he hadn't had those doubts, he knew the sword would have shattered the machine. Even so, he had fully committed himself. It was disorienting to come back from that lethal brink. The fact that doubts existed prevented the sword from doing harm. But that didn't mean that those doubts were justified. It could very well be that the machine was the source of the deaths, and they would need to destroy it. As the gears came up to speed and the light from within projected the machine's emblem up onto the ceiling, the room filled with the mechanical rumble of all the interior components at last in full motion. Richard didn't have to look through the window. He knew what was happening. In a moment, a metal strip dropped into the tray. He slid his sword back into its scabbard and tested the strip briefly, finding it cool to the touch. He pulled it out and in his head started translating the message. "So," Zed asked impatiently, "what does it say?" "It says, you can destroy those who speak the truth, but you cannot destroy the truth itself." Zed cast a dark look of suspicion at Regula. "So now the machine is spouting wizard's rules?" "So it would seem," Richard said. He laid his hands on the top of the machine, leaning his weight on it, recovering from the experience of using the sword and having it stop cold, as he thought about what he should do next. "I'd still like to know how to destroy it if we have to." "The thing is obviously shielded somehow," Nikki said. "But I can't detect its presence, and it doesn't work like any shield I've ever encountered. There are powers involved here that we don't understand." Zed was nodding as she spoke. "It would appear that sometime in the past, someone else must have tried to destroy it as well. No one would have gone to this much trouble and effort to bury this thing unless it was the only option remaining to them." "I wish I knew that story," Nikki said. "We may one day end up having to bury it ourselves," Richard said, "just like whoever buried it in the first place." The machine, never entirely still since inscribing the strip with a wizard's rule, spun back up to speed. In a moment another strip dropped into the tray. It was as cool to the touch as the one before. Richard pulled it out and translated for the others. "You would fault me for speaking truth?" Richard recognized the words he himself had spoken to Ambassador Grandin. It was unnerving that the machine had just repeated them back to him. He realized then the reason the sword would not destroy the machine. He didn't think, deep down inside himself, that the machine was actually the cause of the problems. "I guess I did," he whispered aloud in answer to its question. He leaned on the machine. "All of this isn't exactly your doing, is it?" he asked the machine. "You're just the messenger." The machine hardly slowed, and in a moment it was back at full speed, inscribing another strip. Richard pulled the cool metal out as it dropped into the slot and read it aloud. "When the messenger becomes the enemy gets buried." Zed, coming up beside Richard, also laid a hand on the machine. "Isn't that interesting?" Richard wondered exactly how and why the machine had managed to get itself unburied. Again the machine gradually spun up to full speed and then pulled another strip through the beam of light, burning symbols in the language of creation onto it. When the strip dropped into the tray, Richard paused for a moment before pulling it out. "Well, come on," Zed said impatiently. "Have a look." Richard finally pulled the strip out and silently worked the translation. It was more complex than the previous ones, but he finally got it and read it aloud. "Darkness has found me. It will find you as well." Chapter 71. Nikki stepped up beside Richard. "Darkness has found it?" "That's what I had suspected," Richard said. "I think it's telling us that someone is using it, speaking through it. That's the reason the sword wouldn't harm it. The morning after Kara and Ben's wedding, the boy down in the market, Henrik, said that darkness was seeking darkness. He also asked why he'd had dreams. None of it made sense at the time, so we thought the boy was sick and delusional. But it had to be that the machine was somehow speaking through him, saying that it knew someone was trying to co-opt it. Maybe when it began, the only way the machine could describe it was as darkness finding it, and interpreted the experience of someone speaking through it as dreams. Nikki's brow tightened. You mean you think that what the boy said was actually the machine? That it was a cry for help? Richard shrugged. Could be. Zed let out a noisy breath as he shook his head. I don't know, Richard. I think we have to be careful about letting ourselves act like this collection of gears and wheels and shafts can actually say anything as a result of conscious intellect. We're all starting to act like this thing can think on its own, like it's alive. It's a machine. Machines can't think. Then how is it answering Lord Rawl's questions? Kara asked. They all turned and looked at her. She flicked a hand out at the machine. How is it managing to tell us what we want to know, to fill in some of the blanks as we go along? We might merely be reading more into it than is warranted, Zed told her. Kara looked unconvinced. It says what it says. We are not making up or imagining the things it says. Zed smoothed back his unruly mass of wavy white hair. There is a children's game called Ask the Oracle. It's a small box with a round hole in the top. On the side are painted scenes of the oracle with mysterious mist curling around her as she communes with the spirit world. The box holds a number of answers already written out on small discs. A child will ask a question, like, will I marry someone I love when I grow up, or does so-and-so really like me, and then reach into the box and pull out a disc with an answer printed on it. They then replace the disc and the box is shaken for the next player's turn to select an answer to their question. Really? Kara looked skeptical. And it actually works? Pretty well, actually. The answers are things like, most assuredly, or not unless something changes, or the spirits say yes, or the answer is in doubt, or it seems likely, or it won't be, or ask again later when the spirits are willing to answer. You see, no matter what disc the child pulls out of the box, it seems to them like the box is directly answering the question they asked. But it's just a trick of the human mind to think that the answers fit the question, that the oracle of the box hears their question and can answer it. We're all gullible to some extent. The answers are general in nature, but because they often seem to be so accurate, people think the oracle of the box really can reveal the answers. Some people believe wholeheartedly in the oracle in the box. Some people actually believe that they really do have some magical power or some connection to the spirit world which guides their hand to select the correct disc. But there is no magic involved. It is a simple trick that the human mind plays on itself. Kara folded her arms. So you think that this machine is simply a big elaborate trick? I don't know. Zeg clasped his hand. I'm just saying that we need to be cautious and not jump to conclusions. It's often easy to believe in ready-made answers. Richard didn't think the explanation was that simple. I don't know, Zed. There seems to be more to it. Like what? Well, the way the machinery starts up when it's about to give terrible prophecies is distinctive. It starts abruptly, all at once. And another thing, the metal strips come out burning hot. But when it seems to be, I don't know, communicating, I guess you could say, then it starts gradually and the strips come out cool to the touch. We've been assuming that the strips that come out are the responsibility of the machine. I think that maybe two very different things are going on. I agree, Nikki said. It could be that someone is using it, giving it something to say, possibly even forcing it to say certain things. When they force it to speak, the strips come out hot. When it speaks on its own, the strips are cool. You think the machine is being exploited? Frowning, Zed scratched his scalp. Let's assume for the moment that it's true. Who do you think would be doing such a thing? And why? Richard leaned a hip on the machine. What is our problem? Zed shrugged. Our problem? Our problem, he explained, our reason for being down in this long-buried room with this exiled device is prophecy. What does the machine do? Give prophecy. What has been central in all the recent deaths? Prophecy. What have all the representatives decided they must have? Prophecy. What has us running around in circles, always one step behind events? Prophecy from this machine. We know all that. Zed arched an eyebrow. Is there a point? Richard nodded. Look at the way everyone's interest in prophecy has escalated. The prophecies that this machine puts forth have been conveniently repeated through others all over the palace. That ensures that everyone knows them, which gets everyone stirred up about the importance of prophecy. Rumor and then gossip about the existence of an Omen machine have been on every tongue. People think we're keeping prophecy from them, that we don't want them to be safe from harm. Zed was paying closer attention. What's your theory? It seems to me that someone is planting these seeds. Richard leaned in a bit toward his grandfather. What has made people believe all the more in prophecy? With a finger he tapped the machine. The prophecies that have come from the machine, which shortly all come true, happening exactly as they are foretold in the prophecy. That's where it all started. It has become a ghoulish game, like that children's game you described, but with bloody consequences. The prophecies always come true, so people believe in their importance all the more, and they're even more eager to know the next one. Because this machine fits their belief that prophecy knows their future, they demand from us to know what prophecy says. And as you told us back in Eidendrill, and I would bet everywhere else, prophecy is on everyone's mind. You said that there is a brisk trade in the prophecy business. Doesn't that strike you as rather strange? It has from the first, Zeg confirmed. Back here, the machine's prophecies have convinced the representatives of all those people preoccupied with prophecy that we're wrong, that prophecy really is as easy to understand as it sounds. They therefore can't understand why we wouldn't want to reveal the danger to their lives that is so easy to see in the prophecies they've heard. The prophecies from this machine have helped whip everyone into a frenzy of belief. What would you expect? They've come true, Zed said. Have they? Have you ever known prophecy to be so clear-cut and easy to understand, so plain-spoken and straightforward, or to turn out just the way it says, and soon after it says it? Zed looked away as he considered the question. Actually, I can't say that I have. Prophecy, in all my experience, is ambiguous at best. What's more, it can often take centuries to come to pass. But these all happen soon after they are given. That's another reason why I'm so worried about the prophecy that says the hounds will take her from you. The only thing I don't understand is that the strip that said it wasn't like the other dire predictions. It came on a cool strip of metal, not a hot one. Zed met his gaze. Perhaps that means it isn't like the others. Perhaps this is a real prophecy that has a hidden meaning. Richard cast a sidelong glance at the machine. Or it was a warning the machine wanted me to have. On top of that, it just said that darkness had found it, and it will find me as well, like it was warning me. The machine seems to have some kind of connection with me. Zed nodded. That part is certainly clear enough. For the prophecies that come out on the hot strips, at least, we know there is no balance. They are all dire. Zed frowned back at Richard. So you're saying that you don't believe that those are legitimate prophecy? You tell me. Now that everyone is caught up in this prophecy frenzy, who have they all turned to for what they want? Who have they sworn loyalty to in exchange for prophecy? Hannah's Ark, Kara said. Richard nodded. And it just happens to be Abbot Dryer from Vajin province, who has told us and everyone else how Hannah's Ark believes in using prophecy to help guide his rule, the same as all the representatives want to do. I think Hannah's Ark, not real prophecy, could somehow be at the center of this. Like you say, though, he's off in Vajin province, Kara gestured at the machine. How could he be doing all of these things? I don't know, Richard admitted. But Abbot Dryer is here. Maybe he's involved somehow. Kara circled a finger skyward. I thought that this place around the machine, the Garden of Life lying protectively over us, was a containment field. The whole point of a containment field is to prevent outside tampering with the dangerous magic inside. On top of that, the whole palace is made in the shape of a spell form that weakens the gift of all gifted people in here except a Rawl. Zed planted his fists on his hips and turned to look on Kara. Now Mord Sith have become experts in magic. What next? A talking machine, Nikki said. Richard picked up a stack of metal strips from the tens of thousands piled against the wall and loaded it into the machine. So let's let it talk. Chapter 72. When Richard had finished filling the bin with metal strips, he moved around to the other side, to where they came out. He didn't think that it was necessary, but placed his hands on the machine anyway, just in case. Already internal shafts were spinning up to speed, levers clicking into place and gears engaging. The machine's emblem, rotating on the ceiling, brightened in lines of glowing orange light. Do you know who is responsible for the darkness that you say has come into you? Richard said down at the machine. Can you name the darkness? A strip pulled off the stack and made its way through the machine, passing over the focused beam of light that burned symbols in the language of creation onto it. When Richard picked it out, all the symbol said was, darkness. That's a big help, Zed muttered. Richard ignored his grandfather and turned back to the machine. Is darkness in you at the moment? Again the machine pulled a strip through. Darkness is not my purpose, Richard read from the strip. Kara folded her arms. It's starting to sound like that oracle in a box giving us printed discs for answers. Richard ignored her as well. Why are you doing this? Why are you speaking through these strips? When a strip came out, Richard read it aloud. I am fulfilling my purpose, doing as I must. What is your purpose? Richard asked immediately. After the strip had passed through the machine and dropped in the bin, Richard noted that it was still cool. He looked at the symbols and then read the message aloud. To fulfill my purpose. Kara rolled her eyes. No doubt about it. We have printed discs on our hands. Ask it if Ben really likes me. I'd like to hear what the spirits have to say. Richard ignored her taunt and tried a different line of questioning. Who created you? The strip took a bit longer to pass under the light as the language of creation burned a longer, more complex message into it. Finally, it dropped into the slot. Richard held it up in the light to read it. I was created by others. I had no choice in it. Richard put a hand on the machine and leaned in toward it. Why did these others create you? When the strip came out, Richard read it silently, then sighed in frustration before translating it for the others. I was created to fulfill my purpose. He tossed the strip on top of the machine. Why does your purpose need to be fulfilled? Why is it important? The machine slowed to a stop. In the silence, they all shared looks. Richard thought that the conversation had ended, but then the gears started turning again, slowly at first, until it eventually built up to full speed. A tab on the wheel under the strips popped up and pushed out one from the stack of blanks, where it was grabbed by pincers on another wheel and pulled through the mechanism. Richard looked in through the window and saw the strip moving over the light to be inscribed. When it dropped into the slot, he pulled the cool strip out and held it up in the light of the proximity spheres. Because prophecy cannot always be trusted. That's true enough, Zed muttered unhappily. Richard glanced at Zed, then asked another question. What do you mean prophecy can't be trusted? Why not? The machine pulled another strip from the stack. When it made its way through and dropped into the slot, Richard was waiting for it. He read it to the others. Prophecy grows old and corrupted over time. Richard's arm lowered. But you were the one giving prophecy. Another strip ran through the machine and dropped into the slot. I am fulfilling my purpose, doing as I must. You must fulfill your purpose. Richard frowned at the machine. My purpose? What is my purpose in all this? Everyone gathered closer as they waited for the next strip. Richard snatched it up when it finally dropped in the slot. It says, to fulfill my purpose. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair as he walked a short distance away. My purpose is to fulfill your purpose, which is to fulfill your purpose. That makes no sense. This is pointless. We're just going around in circles. The machine slowly spun down. Tell me something I can use, Richard yelled as he turned back to Regula. Tell me how to protect Colin from the hounds that you said will take her from me. The machine did not answer. After a long, dragging silence, Nikki laid a comforting hand on the back of his shoulder. We all need to get some rest, Richard. This is getting us nowhere. We can revisit it later. You should get back up to Colin. That's the best way to make sure that the prophecy doesn't come true. Richard heaved a sigh of frustration. You're right. He didn't know if the machine's real purpose was to give prophecy or if it had been created to do something else. They still had no idea who had created it, why it had been buried and forgotten, or even why it had so abruptly awakened from its dreams. He wasn't even sure if he was convinced that someone could actually direct it. As confusing as the things it said were, he was beginning to wonder if darkness had really taken it over in the first place. He was beginning to think that it was just the machine being perverse. No wonder they had buried it. It was useless. Zed patted Richard on the back. You're the seeker. I'm sure you will think of something, my boy. Richard turned away from the machine. We're not going to find the answers we need tonight. Like Nikki says, we all need to get some rest. Richard wasn't through asking questions of the machine, but it was late, and he wanted to get back to Colin. He knew that after he'd slept on it, he would have more questions. Maybe if he could ask them in the right way, he would be able to begin to understand why the machine had been created in the first place and what its real purpose was. But those questions would have to wait. As they all headed for the stairs, the machine began to rumble into activity again. As they turned back and stared, it gradually came up to full speed. A strip was pulled off the bottom of the stack and through the inner workings. Richard watched it drop into the slot. He was reluctant to bother to pick this one up and read it. He was tired of the game. He didn't want to play along any more. He thought that maybe he should leave the strip sitting in the machine until morning. Before Richard could leave, Zed pulled the metal strip out, glanced at the symbols, and then handed it to Richard. It's cool. What does it say? Richard reluctantly took the strip from Zed and held it up in the light to read the circular symbols. Your only chance is to let the truth escape. What in the world could that mean? Kara asked. Richard clenched the strip in his fist. It's some kind of riddle. I hate riddles. Chapter 73. Colin woke, confused at feeling herself rocking. She winced as she pressed a hand over the stunning pain at the top of her head. Her hair felt wet. She pulled her hand away to look at it, but it was too dark to see much other than wetness glistening in the moonlight. She suspected that she knew all too well what it was. As she struggled up onto her knees, she touched her tongue to her hand. She was right. It was blood. When she swallowed, her throat was so sore that it made her wince. She ached all over and was shivering with chills even though she was sweating profusely. Her mind raced, trying to put the fragments of memories together, trying to recall exactly what had happened. Images and impressions flashed in sickening snatches. At the same time, the whole world felt like it was moving. When she was jolted and then bounced, she lost her balance and fell forward. She had to put a hand down to keep from falling over on her face. She felt rough wood. Looking around, she realized that she was in a small open space in the back of a wagon. Both the pain throbbing inside her head and the sharp stinging pain at the top of her head made her woozy. She fought back the urge to be sick. Suddenly, a big dog bounded up out of the darkness, slamming into the side of the wagon, startling her. It dropped back, unable to make it all the way into the wagon, but it hooked its front legs over the side and held on. The dog scrambled, stretching its neck to get its massive head inside, trying to get enough of its weight into the wagon to have the leverage to get all the way in. Strings of frothy drool whipped from side to side as the animal, even while trying to climb into the wagon, growled and snapped at her. Colin immediately kicked one of the dog's legs off the edge of the wagon. The dog struggled but couldn't hold on with one paw and fell off into the darkness. The whole nightmare of what had happened up in the bedroom was starting to come back to her, fragments of it anyway. She remembered, too, what had happened to Queen Catherine, what a pack of dogs had done to her. Colin also remembered the prophecy given by the woman Colin had taken with her power, the woman who had killed her own children to supposedly spare them a worse death. That woman had told Colin that she would suffer a grim fate. When Colin had asked what she was talking about, the woman had said, "Dark things stalking you, running you down. You won't be able to escape them." Now dark things were stalking her, running her down. Where the hounds had come from and why they were after her was no longer part of Colin's thinking. She was simply frantic to escape them. Colin squinted in the darkness, trying to see up toward the front of the wagon, hoping to see the driver and get some help. But the wagon was piled high with things covered in a stiff canvas tarp. The only way to get to the front, where the driver would be, was to climb either over or around the load. It looked too high to go over in a rocking, bucking wagon, especially considering how dizzy she felt. She tried to look around the load, but she wasn't able to see anyone. Colin called out, but her throat was so sore that she could hardly make a sound. No one answered. She thought that over the rumble of the wagon it was probably hard for a driver to hear someone in the back behind his load. More than that, though, her fever was also making her hoarse. She couldn't yell loud enough. She needed to get closer before they would hear her. Colin scrambled to her feet. As she put a foot up onto the side wall of the wagon to climb up around the load, a dog came out of the darkness, lunging wildly, trying to grab her ankle. As she jumped back out of the way, she saw the pack of dogs snarling and growling as they ran alongside the wagon. Before she could try again to climb around the load, another dog leaped up, getting its front legs over the side. It sank its teeth into the canvas to help pull itself up. Its back legs scrambled, trying to get purchase on something so that it could climb into the wagon. She kicked at the dog's head. It let go of the canvas and snapped at her, trying to catch her foot even as it tried to clamber up into the wagon, but it fell off. Another big hound jumped up on the other side, almost making it in. A third leaped up beside it. Colin kicked at the dogs, knocking one after another off the sideboards of the wagon. As soon as she kicked one off, another to the back or side bounded up and hooked its front legs over the edge. Their eyes glowed red with vicious intent. The wagon wasn't going fast enough to get away from the pack, but it was going fast enough to keep her off balance as it rocked and bucked. When the wagon bounced on a rock, her kick missed and she had to urgently kick again to keep a dog out. Colin looked back into the distance. It was dark, but there was enough moonlight that she would have been able to see the plateau with the People's Palace atop it if it had been anywhere near. Even if it was too far in the distance to see the plateau in the moonlight, she would have been able to see the lights of the city palace atop it. But it wasn't there. She didn't know what direction they were headed, but she knew that she was somewhere out on the vast Azrith plain. Even as she fought off the wild pack of dogs, Colin knew that she was losing the battle. As she kicked one off, two more would jump up and get their front legs hooked over the side. With some, she was able to dislodge their legs. With others, when they got too far in, she had to kick at their heads to knock them off. But she knew that she was losing. With the dogs continually making running jumps at the wagon, she knew that it was only a matter of time until they made it up and in. Once that happened, they would take her down. Colin felt a sudden pang of pain for how much she missed Richard. He wouldn't know what had happened. He wouldn't know where she was. He would never know what had happened to her. She had a vision of her own corpse looking like Queen Catherine after she had been ripped apart by animals. Colin swallowed back the grief of never being able to see Richard again. She hoped he never found her body. She didn't want him to find her like that. She spun and kicked the ribs of a dog that had clawed itself halfway into the wagon. As it yelped and fell back, she caught sight of a horse at the end of a long rope tied to the side of the wagon. It was trailing far behind, off in the darkness, staying out to the side as far as it could to keep away from the dogs. Colin had no time to consider. It was her only hope to get help or get away. She snatched up her pack and then kicked a dog off the sideboards near the rope. As she leaned over to grab hold of the rope, a dog lunged out of the darkness, snapping, trying to grab her arm. She pulled back in the nick of time, and its teeth caught only air. As the dog fell and rolled after missing her, she quickly bent and seized the rope. The horse, frightened by the savage dogs, snorted and resisted Colin's efforts to bring it in closer. She put a boot against the sideboard and put her weight into pulling harder. Finally, she managed to drag the skittish animal in a bit closer. It danced and darted, trying to stay away. The dogs didn't seem to care about the horse. They were fixated on Colin. The horse didn't know that, though. When she had dragged the horse in as close as she could get it, Colin turned and saw two dogs bound up in quick succession and make it in over the other side of the wagon. They fell, their legs splaying out to the sides. As the dogs scrambled to get to their feet, Colin hoisted her pack over one shoulder, untied the rope from a wooden cleat, and, holding the rope for balance, sprang up onto the sideboard. She held on to the rope for dear life as she tried to balance on the sideboard of the bouncing wagon. The horse tried to run. As it did, it moved ahead just close enough. Colin leaped for all she was worth over the snarling, snapping dogs. She landed sideways, sprawled over the horse's back. Giddy with relief not to have fallen into the fangs of the dogs, Colin grabbed the horse's mane with both fists and swung one leg up and over the frightened animal's back. Finally mounted, she thumped the horse's ribs with her heels. She wanted to go ahead to the wagon's driver to get help, but the hounds raced in and blocked the way. Others leaped up, trying to grab her feet and legs and drag her down. The horse, terrified of the dogs, cut a course sharply away from the wagon. With no time to lose, Colin leaned over the withers and urged the animal into a gallop. The horse was only too happy to bolt off into the night. The pack of hounds were in hot pursuit. Chapter 74. "Anything at all?" Richard asked Bradeen in a quiet voice. "Dead quiet out here, Lord Rawle." Bradeen pointed a thumb back over her shoulder. "I looked in on the Mother Confessor earlier, and she was sleeping soundly. After that, I took a tour of the area just to satisfy myself that there was no one around and nothing out of the ordinary. Then I came back up to this end of the hall, and I've been right here outside the door ever since. The Mother Confessor has been a perfect patient. I haven't heard a peep out of her." Richard laid a hand gently on the Mord Sith's red leather-clad shoulder. "Thanks, Bradeen. Has the machine had anything else to say, Lord Rawle?" Richard paused and looked back at her. "It's had a lot to say, but I'm afraid that none of it is very useful. Maybe we need the missing part of the book regular in order to understand it." He'd had the same thought. Maybe. Richard left Bradeen outside in the hall, and the soldiers of the first file off down the corridor to either side, making certain that no one could get to their room. Alone, Richard quietly closed the door behind himself as he stepped into the nearly dark bedroom where Colin was sleeping. He had turned down the wick on the lamp when he had checked on her earlier, so it was difficult to see much of anything. He didn't want to turn the lamp up and risk waking her. He was exhausted. It was going to be morning soon. He needed to get some sleep. He wished he hadn't wasted so much time with the machine. Not wanting to disturb Colin, Richard thought that maybe he would sleep in a chair. She needed a good rest in order to recover from her fever. He was thankful that his grandfather had put a poultice on her arm to help draw out the infection. His own scratch from the boy down in the market had long ago healed. He had thought that Colin's had as well. It was more than a little worrisome the way it had returned so suddenly, especially after Zed had healed it with his gift. On his way to the chair, Richard's feet caught up a blanket lying in the middle of the floor. He thought that Colin, in a fevered sleep, must have thrown off her cover. He picked it up by the edge and held it up to lay it back over her. In the dim light from the lantern, on the way to the bed, Richard paused. Something was wrong. Even if Colin had thrown the blanket off in her sleep, it seemed unlikely she could have thrown it that far. The first thing that instantaneously flashed through his mind was the machine's warning that hounds would take her from him. Almost at the same time, he remembered Queen Catherine lying dead on the floor, her middle viciously ripped open by some kind of animals with fangs. Richard dropped the blanket and rushed to the bed. Colin wasn't there. He stared for a moment at the rumpled, empty bed before turning up the wick on the lamp and scanning the room. He didn't see her anywhere. When he glanced up, Richard saw that the door to the balcony was open. His first thought was that maybe her fever had driven her out on the balcony to get some relief in the cool night air. Before he could go to the balcony, his attention was caught by his pack on the floor. Colin's pack had been beside it before. He knew because he had been the one who had put them both there. He supposed that Colin might have wanted to get something out of it and could have moved it somewhere, but he didn't really believe that. Something told him that it would be a waste of time searching the room for it. Richard instead ran to the balcony doors. He was worried that, at the least, she might have gotten worse. He expected to see her passed out on the balcony floor. She wasn't there. The bedroom, like the balcony, wasn't that big. There was no way he could have missed her back in the room. Baffled as to where she could be, he reluctantly looked over the edge of the railing, fearing that she might have fallen. It was difficult to see in the darkness, but not impossible. He was relieved to see nothing on the ground far below. As he started to turn to go back inside, Richard saw that there was another balcony. It wasn't connected or even all that close, but he went to the railing closest to it anyway, for a look. He saw that it had a stairway down on the far side. He saw then the scuff mark on the top of the railing where he was standing. It looked to have been made by a boot. Richard hopped up on the railing and leaped across the daunting drop to the other balcony. The doors on the second balcony were locked, and it was dark inside. It was possible that Colin had gone inside and then locked the doors. But he didn't really believe that. It made no sense. If she feared something, there were guards and moored Sith just outside their bedroom door. Instead of breaking in the door, Richard took Colin's more likely route. He raced in the darkness down the flights of stairs, eventually reaching the grounds of the palace. The moonlight coming through the thin haze of clouds wasn't bright, but it was bright enough for him to recognize Colin's boot prints. With a lifetime of tracking experience, he also recognized her unique gait. He could read the features of the way she walked and the tracks she made nearly as well as he could read the features of her face. There was no doubt about it. Colin had come down the stairs outside the palace to the grounds at the top of the plateau. The thing that worried him the most was that he could see by the prints that she had been running as fast as she could. He looked around for other prints, the prints of anyone who might have been chasing her, but there were no other footprints. It didn't make any sense. Richard stood and stared off across the top of the dark plateau. What could she have been running from? Chapter 75. In the distance, paths meandered through elaborate gardens, but the grounds closer to the palace, where Richard had come out at the bottom of the stairs, were an open staging and loading area where supplies arrived at the palace. While most visitors to the palace entered up stairways through the interior of the plateau, an imposing portico between the staging area and the gardens welcomed important guests arriving by horse or carriage at the top of the plateau. The entrance there took guests into the grand corridors and the guest areas. Closer to Richard, in a less well-lit area, were the stables and service docks. He could see the dark shapes of dozens of wagons and carriages that were either parked or being loaded. Horses were being brought out of the stables and either saddled or hitched to wagons. Even in the middle of the night, representatives were packing up and leaving the palace. The place was alive with activity. No one was arriving. All the wagons were leaving. Richard was concerned about all the things that had happened recently and the representatives who had decided that they would rather side with prophecy and those who promised it to them. He wanted to know what could be behind it all, but at the moment his only real focus was on finding Colin. Richard followed Colin's tracks as they traced her route through the darkness atop the plateau. She had been running as fast as she could. He could see by certain characteristics of the tracks, such as the way a print twisted here and there, that she was looking behind at something chasing her as she ran. If she had been running after someone or something, the prints would have looked different. It made no sense. There were no prints of anything chasing her, yet he could clearly read the indications of fear in her tracks. Whatever was after her would have had to be flying not to leave prints. He knew, too, that it might very well be fevered delusions chasing her. But the prophecy from the machine saying that the hounds would take her from him was no delusion. At least, there were no tracks of hounds. And then, in the midst of hoof prints and wagon tracks, Colin's footprints simply ended. Richard went to one knee and bent to study the tracks more closely. He saw then the marks where her last print pushed off on the ball of her foot. It had left a heavier impression, with pronounced side ridges, as she had jumped up onto something. Since her footprints ended there, he knew that it was most likely a wagon or coach that she had jumped up onto. With an icy sense of dread, Richard realized that Colin was gone. He couldn't understand what had happened, or why she would have run the way she did, but he could see plainly enough that she had left the bedroom, come down the steps to the ground, run across the plateau, and then jumped into a wagon. There were wagons leaving all the time. Wheel tracks and hoof prints were everywhere. There was no telling which wagon or coach was the one Colin had jumped into. If she had stayed in one of those wagons, she could be headed off in just about any direction away from the palace. There were a number of representatives who had left overnight. Many of them were accompanied by escorts. Some of them had entire households with them. Everyone from guards to attendants to advisors to support staff to wagons of baggage, so there were likely numerous wagons and coaches involved. Colin could be in any one of them. Chapter 76. Patrols that had spotted Richard ran up to see what the problem was. Richard saw other soldiers on horseback appear in the distance. Before the powerfully built captain of the guard could speak, Richard spoke first. "The Mother Confessor came down here sometime after dark. Her tracks are at least several hours old. Did you or any of your men see her?" "The Mother Confessor?" The startled captain shook his head. "No, Lord Rawle. My men and I have been on patrol since long before then, since before dark. I would have heard about it if anyone had seen her." Richard had last seen Colin not long after it had gotten dark. "How many wagons have left here since dark?" The captain scratched his bull neck as he tallied them in his head for a moment. "Dozens, Lord Rawle. We have manifests and logs. I can get you an exact number." "Good. Get enough cavalrymen together for a detachment to go after each wagon. I want mounted troops to catch every wagon that left here overnight. Every one of them. I want every wagon and coach searched." The man was nodding to the instructions, but he looked confused. "What are we to be looking for?" "The Mother Confessor left her room sometime in the night. It's possible she was being chased by something, but she's sick with a fever, so it's more likely that she may be disoriented. What I do know is that she came down here and jumped in a wagon that left here tonight. I don't know which one, so the men will need to track down every wagon and search it. If she is found, I want her protected and brought back to the palace." "Do you know where she jumped in the wagon, Lord Rawle? That might narrow the search." Richard pointed at her last footprint. "Right here." The man's face sagged with disappointment. "All the wagons have to turn through this area as they're leaving." "Then they'll all have to be caught and searched," Richard said. "Get the search parties on their way immediately, before the wagons can get too far." The man clapped a fist to his heart. "At once, Lord Rawle." "And I need a horse," Richard said. "Right now." The captain turned and whistled a code into the darkness as yet more men ran in from different directions. In only a matter of moments Richard was surrounded by over 100 men. When a dozen men on horseback galloped up, the men let them through. The mounted soldiers gathered around, wanting to know what the problem was. Instead of explaining, Richard quickly appraised all the horses. He signaled a man to dismount from a strong-looking mare. The man jumped down. "The captain here will explain my orders," Richard said as he put a foot in the stirrup and swung up onto the saddle. "I have to go." "We will have every wagon checked, Lord Rawle," the captain said. "Will you be going with some of the men, then?" Richard had to have the wagons searched, just in case, but he doubted that they would find her. There was more to this, something that he had not yet figured out. He thought about the machine's warning that the hounds would take her from him. He thought about all the trouble that had started after they had seen the boy Henrik down in the market the morning after Kara's wedding. Their recent troubles seemed bound up in prophecy. A number of representatives had decided that they wanted to follow Hannah's ark from Fujian province because he used prophecy. That was why so many had left that night. One of the first omens had been Queen takes pawn. Nikki had told Richard that the prophecy was also a move in a game called a chess, a game that was played in Fujian province in the Darklands. Henrik, the sick boy who had given the first warning that there was darkness in the palace, had been to a place called Karga Trace in the Darklands of Fujian province. Richard remembered the boy's mother saying that she had taken him to see the hedge maid in Karga Trace. He remembered the way her eyes had darted about when she had mentioned the hedge maid. He also remembered how nervous Abbot Dryer had gotten at the mention of the hedge maid. Nikki had warned Richard about how dangerous hedge maids were. He also remembered the boy's mother saying that Henrik had been bothered by hounds coming around their tent. The captain was still waiting for Richard to tell him where he was going. "I'm not going with any of the men to search the wagons." Richard's horse danced around, eager to be away. "Tell General Myford and Zed that I'm going to Karga Trace and I don't have the time to wait for them. I don't have a moment to waste, and besides, they would only slow me down." "Karga Trace?" one of the men of the patrol asked. "In the Darklands?" Richard nodded. "You know the place?" The man stepped forward. "I know that you don't want to go there, Lord Rawle." "Why's that?" "I'm from Fujian province. You don't want to go to Karga Trace. Desperate people go there to see some kind of woman said to have dark powers. A lot of people who go there, though, don't come back. That kind of thing isn't all that unusual in the Darklands. I was happy to leave to join the Daharan army. I was fortunate enough to be accepted into the first file so that I might serve here. I don't ever want to go back." Richard wondered if the man might simply be superstitious. When he had been a woods guide back in the heartland woods of Westland, he never encountered any dark malevolence haunting the trackless forests, but he did encounter country people who feared such things and believed wholeheartedly in them. Such stories, though, didn't tarnish his fond memories of home. "Now that the war is over," he said to the soldier, "you really don't want to go home?" "Lord Rawle, I don't know much about the gift, but in the war I came to see a great deal of magic to fear. What's back in the Darklands is different. The cunning folk there, as they're called, use occult conjuring, dark magic, that deals in things dead. It's very different in the Darklands than the magic of the gift I've seen since leaving." "Different? Different in what way?" The man looked around almost as if he feared that the shadows might be listening. "The dead walk the Darklands." Richard rested his forearm over the pommel of the saddle and frowned down at the man. "What do you mean, the dead walk the Darklands?" "Just what I said. The Darklands are demon ground, hunted by scavengers of the underworld. If I never go back there, it will be too soon for me." Richard thought such superstitious fears sounded even more strange coming from a strong young man, a man who had faced war and terrors no one should ever have to face. But then he remembered Nikki telling him that a hedge maid's powers were different and that he had no defense against them. Nikki had not only once been known as Death's mistress, she had been a sister of the dark and had served the cause of the keeper of the underworld. She knew about such things. The thought of Colin going to a place like that had his heart pounding. Richard knew that the one place he didn't want Colin going was to the Darklands, and especially to the hedge maid. But too many things pointed in that direction to be coincidence. Richard nodded. "Thanks for the warning, soldier. I hope to catch up with the Mother Confessor long before then." The man clapped a fist to his heart. "May you come home soon, Lord Rawle. Come back safe with the Mother Confessor before you ever have to set foot in the Darklands." Richard tightened the reins to keep the horse still. "Captain, be sure to tell Nikki, too, where I'm going. Be sure to tell her that I said that I think the Mother Confessor may be headed to the hedge maid in Karga Trace. I am going to try to catch her before she can get there." One of the other soldiers ran up and threw saddlebags over the back of the horse. "At least take some supplies, Lord Rawle." Richard lifted his sword from its scabbard just a bit and let it drop back, making sure that it was clear. He nodded his thanks to the men and then urged the horse toward the road that led down the side of the plateau. As Richard gave the horse reins and leaned over its withers, it complied instantly and thundered off into the night. Chapter 77. Colin woke with a start. She squinted out at the surrounding woods in the faint first light of dawn. She didn't see the hounds down on the ground, at least, not yet. They always came back. She knew that it was only a matter of time. She'd gotten only a few hours of sleep, and it was neither good nor enough. At least she hadn't fallen out of the tree. The lap of several branches had made a somewhat safe, if uncomfortable, place to rest. The days of terror seemed endless, and had blended one into another until she had completely lost track of time. She was exhausted from the relentless chase. Overwhelming fatigue was the only thing that brought on sleep. At night, when it got dark enough, the hounds would seem to disappear for the night. She thought that maybe they went off at night to search for food and to rest. At first, she had entertained the hope that they had tired of the chase and had given up. The first few nights after leaving the palace, when she had still been out on the Azrith plain and the hounds had vanished at night, Colin had thought that it was her chance to escape, to put distance between her and her pursuers. But no matter how fast she ran, no matter how many hours, no matter if she rode all night without stopping, the hounds were always right there when day broke, and then they would come for her again. Because the sun rose ahead and to the right and set behind her, she knew that she was headed roughly northeast. That told her the direction that the palace would be in. She had tried several times, after the hounds had disappeared at night, to circle around and head back, but doing so took her back into an ambush by the dogs. She had barely escaped with her life. As they came after her, she had to turn back to the northeast, her only thought to outrun them, to put distance between her and her would-be assassins. There were times when she had wanted to give up, to simply quit running and let it end, but the memory of Catherine's gruesome end was too horrifying to allow Colin to surrender. She kept telling herself that if she could stay alive, if she could stay ahead of the pack of wild dogs, she had a chance. As long as she could outrun them, she would stay alive. As long as she was alive, there was hope. The thought of Richard also kept her from giving up. The thought of him finding her torn apart by the hounds was so crushingly heartbreaking that it made her fight all the harder to stay alive. After she had left the Azrith plain and had gotten into mountainous terrain, it had become, for the most part, impossible for her to run the horse at night. She was afraid of the animal breaking a leg in the dark. Without the horse, the dogs would easily catch her. The horse was her lifeline. She took good care of it. At least, she took as good care of it as was possible. She knew that if she lost the horse, she would be dead in short order. On the other hand, if she didn't push the horse hard enough, the hounds would pull her down. Colin looked down from her place in the branches. The horse was tied to a nearby limb of the tree, but on a long rope so that it could graze on anything it could find close enough. If she needed the horse in a hurry, she had the end of the rope at hand so that she could pull the animal in close and climb down onto it. For some reason the hounds ignored the horse. They wanted Colin, not the horse, and they never attacked it. She couldn't understand it. The horse, though, was not comforted by their disinterest. Their mere presence set the horse into a panic. Colin looked down, checking where the horse was. Despite how weary she was, she knew that she would have to leave soon, lest the dogs arrive and terrify the horse. In its panic, the horse could be hurt. If it broke a leg, she would be done. If she let the hounds somehow trap her up in the tree, she would have trouble getting the horse close enough to the growling, barking, snapping animals. She didn't like the thought of being trapped and risking that the horse would break loose in the confusion and get away without her. Just as soon as there was enough light to see, she would leave. She hadn't eaten much, other than some travel biscuits, a few nuts from time to time, and a bit of dried meat she had in her pack. She still felt sick to her stomach and really didn't want to eat anything at all, but she knew that she needed to keep up her strength, so she forced herself. She had a fever and her arm throbbed painfully. She was nauseous and constantly feared that she would have to throw up. She remembered waking back in the Garden of Life with a splitting headache and vomiting uncontrollably. While she knew that she had to eat or she would get sicker, she couldn't afford to throw up, so she ate only as much as she thought she had to. As she searched the surrounding area for any sign of the dogs, she thought she spotted something off among the trees. It looked human. Colin was about to call out to try to get some help when she saw the way the thing moved. It didn't walk exactly. It was more like it glided along through the shadows. She leaned out on the branch, trying to see better. Just then, the first rays of sunlight came through the treetops. Colin saw then that what she had thought was a person was actually a dog, a big black dog. It was the leader of the pack, stalking out of the trees. She couldn't grasp how she could have thought it was a person. With the terror of seeing the pack leader, panic welled up in her, and all she could think about was getting away. Colin leaned down and pulled in the rope hand over hand as fast as she could, drawing the horse close to the tree before the hounds could come in close and spook it away. When the horse was below her, she climbed down to a lower branch of the oak tree and then dropped onto the horse's back. Colin looked back and saw the pack of dogs coming through the trees. When they saw her, they started in howling. Colin leaned forward over the horse's withers as it bolted. The chase was back on. Chapter 78. As Colin guided her horse among immense pines, she frequently looked back over her shoulder to keep track of how close the dogs had gotten. The colossal trees towering above her cut off almost every bit of sky. The lower branches were far out of reach overhead. Iron-gray clouds made it even darker, leaving a gloomy world in the undergrowth for the horse to try to navigate. Drizzle collected on the pine needles until the drops grew fat enough to fall. It was distracting when those fat, random drops splashed against her face. Colin was cold, wet, and miserable. She had to concentrate to find the indistinct trail among the nursery of small pines carpeting the lower reaches of the dense forest. In many places they overgrew a trail too seldom used to keep open. In other places, beds of thick ferns covered over any hint of the little-traveled route through the forest wilderness. Having grown up in a palace, Colin had never known much about following obscure trails. In her duties as a confessor, she had always traveled the roads and well-used paths between population centers of the Midlands. She had also always been escorted by a wizard. That seemed so long ago that it felt like another lifetime. To an extent, the hounds helped guide her in the sense that they left her only one real direction she could go. She just had to find enough footing for the horse. Even though the dogs were never far behind, she dared not let the horse panic and run on its own. If they left the trail, there was no telling what trouble they could get into. Holes among rocks and fallen timber off the trail could catch and break the horse's legs. They might suddenly come to a cliff or an impassable gorge, or a place so dense as to be impenetrable. If that happened, the pack of wild dogs would have her trapped, and it would be all over. She didn't want to die out in the middle of a trackless forest, taken down by dogs, torn apart, devoured, and left for scavengers to pick clean. She needed to stay on the relative safety of the trail in order to stay ahead of her pursuers. It was Richard who had taught her about following poorly marked trails that were rarely used and difficult to make out. Besides looking for small indications close by, she continually scanned the broader area ahead, looking for telltale signs of where the trail went. The thought of Richard gave her an agonizing stab of longing. She hadn't thought about him much in recent days. She was so desperate to get away that she was hardly able to think about anything other than running and staying away from the baying pack of dogs. Her arm hurt. Her head throbbed. She was so exhausted that she could hardly sit upright atop the horse any more. Worse, she was so sick with fever that she feared she might pass out. She supposed that if she was unconscious, it might be the best way to die. It might be a blessing to lose consciousness when the pack got to her. With the back of her hand, Colin wiped a tear from her cheek. She missed Richard so much. He must be frantic with worry about her being missing for so long. She felt shame for not somehow letting him know what had happened. Several of the dogs suddenly ran in out of the brush at the side, lunging at her legs. In a panic, Colin urged the horse into a run. Limbs flashed by. Pine boughs slapped her as she raced headlong through the woods. One branch hit her shoulder, almost knocking her off her horse. Abruptly, the horse skidded to a halt. The ground ahead dropped away over the rim of a rocky ledge. The horse couldn't take the steep plunging descent. She feared that they had gotten off the trail and now they were trapped. Colin looked back. The hounds were coming. As the dogs started yelping and howling in anticipation of having her cornered, the frightened horse suddenly reared up. Without a saddle, there was precious little to hold on to. Colin snatched for the mane as she started slipping off the horse's back. She missed. Before she knew it, she landed with a heavy thud. Stunned from hitting the ground so hard, she groaned in pain. She had landed on her infected arm. With her good arm, she cradled her sore arm to her abdomen. Before Colin could grab the rope, the horse bolted away into the woods. In mere seconds, she couldn't see it anymore, but she could see the dogs bounding toward her, the lead dog barking with savage hunger to get at her. Colin turned and practically dove down the steep drop. In places, she leaped from ledges of rocks above to rocks below in a series of jarring, barely controlled falls from ledge to ledge. She was racing downward so fast that she didn't have time to think about it before each leap. She knew how dangerous it was to descend like that, but she was possessed by the panicked drive to escape the terror coming for her. Colin slipped on loose gravel and fell into a slide down a channel of debris and loose ground. Rock and small shrubs flashed by as she slid downward. Behind her, the dogs leaped across the rocks as if they were made for it. They were closing on her. With a hard impact, she hit the bottom and fell sprawling on her face. Without taking the time to feel sorry for herself, she pushed herself up. The way ahead looked flatter, but it also looked wet. Mist drifted among the dense trees, so she couldn't see very far ahead in the gloom. What she could see was a thick tangle of growth. Vines trailed down from above. Heavy vegetation blocked the way off to the sides. But she saw that she hadn't lost the trail after all. It was right in front of her, tunneling ahead through the dense underbrush. A short-haired brown dog crashed down from the steep trail, rolling as it landed behind her. As he scrambled to get to his feet, his jaws snapped, trying to get Colin's leg in his teeth. Colin sprang up and started running headlong into the burrow through the brush. The passage through the undergrowth seemed endless. Vegetation flashed by as she ran. She couldn't see the end up ahead. Dogs barked as they chased her through the tangled green warren. Abruptly, she burst out of the thick underbrush into a more open, swampy area. Trees with smooth gray bark and fat bottoms of tangled, spreading roots stood in stretches of stagnant water. Colin's boots sank into mud, and she fell. As she struggled to get free, she admonished herself for paying too much attention to the dogs chasing her and inadvertently leaving the trail. The only good thing was that the mud slowed the dogs as well. They circled around behind her, jumping from dry spots to clumps of grasses, looking for a way to come in from the side. Colin clambered back onto the trail and raced ahead, trying to jump from root to root in order to stay out of the water and morass of mud. She didn't trust stepping in the water because she feared that she would sink in and get her foot caught in a tangle of roots hidden below. She could even break an ankle. Both thoughts terrified her. As the trail occasionally submerged into the ever-expanding swamp, Colin saw places in the path where branches and vines had been placed on the ground to span impassable areas. They provided a welcome way ahead across the patches of water. The farther she went, the more substantial and frequent the knitted branch path became. It was much easier to run with the woven mat underfoot. As she raced ahead into the thick swamp through vines and moss hanging in sheets along the way, the walkway became even more substantial, eventually rising up above the surface of the stagnant water. A quick look behind revealed that the dogs were having trouble. Their paws slipped down through gaps in the weaving of the walkway, sometimes becoming caught. The farther in they went, the more difficulty they had negotiating the entwined branches, twigs, and vines. Colin was soon so far ahead that she lost sight of them in the swirling fog. The walkway grew strong and solid. In places there were railings made of thick branches. Not long after that, the railings themselves became more sturdy. Colin was giddy with relief. She was reaching an inhabited place of some kind. With a walkway this well built, this painstakingly constructed, she was sure it would lead her to salvation. Chapter 79. Colin was confounded at the construction of the enclosed candle-lit tunnel. Soggy parts of the pathway that at first had been gapped with bits of branches and vines knitted together turned into a continuous mat of woven material, which then became a causeway that rose above the surface of the water into an elevated structure that eventually circled all the way around the walkway and closed in overhead. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all constructed the same way, made entirely of woven branches, twigs, vines, and grasses. Colin had never seen anything like the remarkably well-built and solid structure. She didn't know who had placed all the candles to welcome visitors, but she was thankful for them. She would at last be safe from the dogs that had pursued her for so long. She would at last be able to get help and return to the palace and to Richard. Colin remembered the prophecy all too well. Dark things stalking you, running you down. You won't be able to escape them, your body being ripped open as you scream all alone, no one to help you. Now that she had found a place where it seemed clear that there would be people, she at last dared to think that she had beaten the prophecy. Soon she would be somewhere safe, and she could at last rest. At the thought of being safe, she could hardly keep her eyes open any longer. As she went deeper into the structure, she shed the panic that had kept her going at maximum effort for so long. Now, as the panic faded, she could feel her strength ebbing as well. She hadn't eaten much, and she hadn't slept much for days on end. Now, along with the fever, it was all catching up with her. She was having trouble walking, but she knew that she had to keep going. She wasn't safe yet until she could get help. It became an effort to keep her eyes open, to put one foot in front of the other. Her feet felt so heavy she could hardly lift them. Before long, it was all she could do to shuffle ahead. Colin passed through rooms with hundreds of strips of cloth hanging from the ceiling, each holding an object of some sort, everything from coins to the remains of small animals. She was mystified by the purpose of the place, and had to hold her breath against the stench as she hurried past. Beyond, she went through a network of passageways and rooms, her way ahead lit by candles. Colin paused. She thought she had heard a whisper calling to her. "Mother Confessor." That time she was sure she'd heard it. She looked around the room and peered down the dark corridors to the side, but she didn't see anyone. When she heard it a third time, she was listening more carefully and was able to tell where it had come from. It seemed to have come from the wall to the side. Moving toward the sound, she saw then that there was a small person inside the structure of the wall itself. He was naked. Colin realized then that she recognized him. It was Henrik, the boy from down in the market. "Mother Confessor." Her eyes wide, Colin stared at the boy. "Henrik, what are you doing in there?" "They put me in here. Please, help me." Colin pulled her knife and started cutting away at the branches and vines all woven together over him, keeping him imprisoned. As she started pulling away the vines, thorns pricked her fingers. She drew back, putting the edge of a finger to her mouth, sucking at the painful puncture. She could see the trickles of blood where the thorns had pierced Henrik's flesh as well. Colin immediately went back to cutting away the webbing holding the boy in. Tears ran down his cheeks. Thank you, he mumbled over and over as he wept. "I'm so sorry for what I did, Mother Confessor." "What did you do?" she asked, to keep his mind off the pain of the thorns as she worked at cutting away branches and vines. "I scratched you. I didn't mean to, didn't want to. I couldn't stop myself. It's all right," Colin said as she carefully cut away the last thorny branch holding him in. She leaned in, concentrating on finding a safe place to hold it and get it off him without doing any more damage. "It's all right. Hush." He had puncture wounds from the thorns all over his chest, arms, and legs, and while certainly painful, they didn't look life-threatening. "Run," he said in a weak voice. Colin frowned up at him. "Who did this to you? What's going on?" "Run," he said again. "Get away before they get you too." She lifted his arm, put it around her shoulders, and lifted him out. He winced as the thorns drew out of the skin of his back. Some were barbed and resisted. When she finally had him out, Colin set him down and grabbed a spare shirt from her backpack. "You have to run," he said as she draped the shirt around his shoulders. "I can't run," Colin told him. "A pack of wild dogs chased me in here. If I run, they'll get me." His jaw dropped. "The dogs chased you here?" When she nodded, he said, "Me too, but it's worse here. You have to run, get away." Before Colin could ask what was going on, Henrik turned and raced away back the way Colin had come in. "Run!" he screamed as he ran. Colin stood staring, watching him vanish back up the tunnels. She couldn't run. The dogs were back that way. Besides, she had no more energy. She didn't even know if she would be able to stand much longer. Just then a woman in a cowled cape reached out and put a hand under Colin's arm. She hadn't seen the woman come up from behind. "This way," the woman said in a low, thin, stretched tone. "Who are you?" Colin asked. It was almost too much effort. Another figure appeared on the other side and slipped a hand under Colin's other arm. She was also wearing a cowled cape like the first woman. Together they took some of her weight as they started walking her back toward a darker room. They both had an odd bluish spirit-like glow about them. Colin had the passing thought that maybe she was dead and she was being welcomed into the spirit world. That thought quickly faded. Strange as the place was, it was no spirit world. Colin wasn't sure what was going on, but after Henrik's frantic warning she wanted to run, but she was at the end of her strength. "We've been expecting you," the stooped figure on the right said as her grip tightened on Colin's arm. The two glowing figures dragged Colin into a larger room crowded with bottles, jars, vessels, and small boxes of every kind. The jars of colored glass were stuck in the walls anywhere a place could be found. Yet others, as well as pottery jars and jugs, were crowded together all over the floor. Acrid smoke rose in wisps from a shallow bowl in the center of the room. As Colin was hauled toward the center of the room, she pulled her gaze away from staring at the strange collection of containers and found herself face to face with a small woman just coming to her feet. The woman wasn't very big. In the dim light it was difficult to see much more than her boyish figure and shoulder-length hair. And then the woman leaned in and gave Colin a broad grin with lips sewn nearly shut. Colin stiffened at the evil in that grin and in her dark eyes. The woman with the sewn-shut mouth made low, drawn-out, screeching, clicking sounds toward another one of the glowing figures that seemed to have appeared out of the walls. Yet more of them gathered close around. Including the two holding Colin up, there were 6 of them. The cowled figure the woman had spoken to in the strange language bowed her head. "I will leave at once, mistress, and let him know that we have her, and that she will soon be among the walking dead." Chapter 80. Colin ran the words through her mind again, not sure she had heard them right. "She will soon be among the walking dead." With that, the figure vanished like smoke through the walls. As Colin watched her go, she saw for the first time other people back in the walls, woven in the way Henrik had been. Some were near the surface of the wall, while others were so far back in she couldn't see much of them. None had clothes. A number of them were clearly dead. The small woman with the leather thongs sewing her mouth closed turned and tossed a handful of dusty material in the shallow bowl where small sticks were smoldering. Sparkling light spiraled up. Other figures, grotesque figures only partially visible, crowded into the room. It felt like being among an assembly of ghosts, except they didn't look like ghosts of people. They were gangly, human-like, skeletal creatures, Their long arms and legs had big, knobby joints. Their flesh, tight on their slender limbs, as if they had no muscle whatsoever, glistened with mottled, slimy rot. Their demonic heads bore only a passing resemblance to humans. They growled at the sight of her, their thin lips drawing back to reveal large mouths crowded with pointed, needle-sharp teeth. The woman with the sewn-shut lips reached out with a filthy, blackened hand and grasped Colin's wrist. Paralyzing pain instantly crackled through her, but it was more than simply pain. Besides the jolt of pain, the touch carried the sensation of utter, disheartened hopelessness. It was like being touched by death. As all the glowing creatures in cowled robes closed in around her, Colin finally got a good look at their frightening faces. It was like looking at rotting corpses. Their gnarled hands clawed at her clothes, and Colin knew that she had to do something, and fast. She couldn't allow them to do whatever it was they intended. The woman with the sewn-shut mouth was touching her. That was all Colin needed, more than she needed. The world seemed to slow almost to a stop. Time belonged to Colin. Exhaustion, fear, pain, sickness, misery, hopelessness were forgotten. Mercy did not exist. The moment was hers. In that timeless place within, that place of power, that core of her being, where her inborn confessor power resided, Colin released the constraints on her ability. Thunder without sound jolted the air. The power of the concussion shook the whole structure. All around, the people in the walls screamed as they shuddered violently, their arms and legs shaking as much as they could in the confinement of the thorny walls. The air was filled with their howls. When it finally died down, the woman with the sewn-shut lips merely smiled. Colin's power hadn't worked on her. Colin's power worked on everyone who was human, anyway. It didn't work on certain creatures of magic, on beings that had elements of magic or were different. Niki's words that they had no defense against the hedge maid rang through Colin's thoughts. This could only be the hedge maid. Knobby fingers started clawing at her clothes again. Colin had nothing left with which to resist, to fight. She was sick and weak, and on top of that she had just used the last bit of strength she had left in order to unleash her power. Gnarled hands pulled at her clothes. The bony creatures growled through open mouths filled with fangs. Colin was upright only because of all the hands on her, pulling at her, pressing her this way and that, tearing and yanking. As they went about their work of pulling her clothes off, the hedge maid turned to her jars and bottles, opening various containers, adding things to the smoldering fire in the broad flat bowl in the center of the room. When sparks flew up, she used a slender stick to draw symbols and trays of ash to the side. Colin felt tears running down her face, dripping from her jaw, as she was dragged back by the glowing figures. The demonic, bony creatures hissed and snarled at her. Colin felt as if she were being conveyed by evil spirits to the torturous depths of the underworld. She thought that maybe she was. With the help of the snarling creatures, hands all around pulled strands of thorny vines up around her. They wrapped them around her wrists and ankles, anchoring the ends in the wall behind her, tying them in tight. Colin was only barely conscious, as laughing, cavorting figures danced around with strands of vine and thorny branches, adding them to the weave of the wall. She cried out in pain when she realized that some of the creatures around her were biting her abdomen. She could feel the needle-sharp teeth sinking into her flesh. She cried out in despair and grief, too, over the thought of never seeing Richard again. She watched in horror as the glowing figures pressed bowls against her belly, collecting the blood as it rolled down her. Colin could do nothing to stop the madness. Every movement she made only worked the thorns deeper into her flesh. The glowing figures and the bony creatures dancing around the room all laughed and chattered in the strange squealing, clicking sounds. Others, who had already collected bowls with blood running from Colin's bite wounds, took the blood to the hedge maid. The woman with the leather strips sewing her lips shut drank greedily. Creatures danced around her, arms flailing in the air, feet high-stepping. The room pulsed with the drum-like sound of their bony feet slapping the woven floor. Colin's blood ran down the small woman's chin, dripping off in thick strings. Cockroaches emerged from the floor where the blood dropped to feast along with the hedge maid. Colin felt merciful darkness stealing her away from the insanity raging all around her. Chapter 81. Richard stood staring through the soft haze of drizzle at the tunnel-shaped entrance of tightly woven sticks and branches. He thought that it looked just a little too welcoming. The whole carefully maintained trail through the swamp of Karga Trace was too easy, too simple, too enticing the way it encouraged visitors in. He wondered where the spider was. He knew that Colin had gone this way. He knew because he had tracked her there. He'd seen where she'd fallen from her horse and slid down the steep slope. He'd seen her footprints, staggering in a crooked line, wandering off the trail into boggy mud and then back again. He could tell by the tracks that she was hardly able to stand anymore. He could see by the halting, unsteady prints she left just how sick and exhausted she was. He would have caught up with her long before had his horse not been killed. It had happened after dark, when a huge wild boar had charged out of the brush. It wasn't rutting season, but wild boars could be aggressive any time, and this one certainly had been, charging in at the horse when they surprised it. As the horse went down, the boar's razor-sharp tusks slashed the horse's belly open. Richard ran the boar through with his sword, but it was too late. After killing the boar, he had no choice but to put the horse out of its misery. There had been nothing he could do for the poor animal. With his horse dead, much of the last part of the race to catch Colin had been on foot. He had contemplated leaving her trail and going off to find another horse, but without knowing the area, he feared that even if he could manage to find a horse, the search would cost him too much time, so he had pressed on. Because she was so sick and weak, she hadn't traveled as swiftly as she might have, so she didn't get out too far ahead of him. But she had been going fast enough that he couldn't catch her on foot. As he stood at the tunnel entrance to the structure, he heard someone running toward him. By the stride and the weight of the footfalls, he thought it had to be an awfully small person. In another moment, a boy came racing out. He was wearing one of Colin's shirts. Richard went to a knee and swept an arm around the boy's middle to catch him before he could escape. He felt hot with fever. "Henrik?" The boy, panicked, tears running down his face, stopped fighting and blinked. "Lord Rawle?" "What are you doing here?" The boy's chin wrinkled as fresh tears welled up. "The hedge maid, Jet, had me. She put me in the walls with the others." "Slow down. What do you mean she put you in the walls?" Richard could see that the boy was bloodied from wounds all over his arms and legs. The shirt had spots of blood as well. "Jet's familiars used branches and vines to tie me into the walls. They're full of thorns." Henrik pointed back into the tunnel. "The Mother Confessor came and saved me. She got me out. I told her to run, but I think maybe they got her." Richard's mind raced, trying to understand what was happening as he tried to decide what to do. He had to get in there and help Colin, but he also knew that the hedge maid would be waiting for anyone walking into her lair. He couldn't help Colin if he was captured as well. Richard seized Henrik by the shoulders. "Will you do something for me?" The boy wiped his nose with the back of his hand. "What?" "Some other people will be coming this way. I need you to go to them and tell them." "But the hounds will get me." "The hounds?" "The hounds that chased me here. They were after me when I was at the palace with my mother. They came after me and I ran. I had to get away. I had to. The Mother Confessor said that they chased her here, too." Richard was beginning to understand. He shook his head. "No, it only seemed that way to you. They weren't real. It was some kind of magic that the hedge maid used to get you to come here. You scratched us, remember?" Henrik nodded. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't help myself." "I know. I understand. You visited the hedge maid before when you were sick. Your mother brought you here. I think the hedge maid used some kind of magic to make you scratch us. Then you came back here afterward, right? The dogs chased you here." Henrik nodded again. "That's right. The hedge maid took the skin from under my fingernails from where I scratched you both and used it with her magic. But she could only find some of it from the Mother Confessor. There was none from where I scratched you left by the time I got here." Richard was getting the picture. "Listen, no dogs are chasing you. It's just a trick to get you to come back here. I don't think you will see them again, not now that you came here. The hedge maid has no reason to chase you here any more." Henrik looked skeptical. "If you say so, Lord Rawl." "You need to believe me. I know I'm right. Now this is very important. I need you to go back the way you came and find my friends who are coming this way. I need you to bring them here. I'm going in there to get Colin out, but I'm going to need the help of my friends when I come out. I need you to tell my friends where I am and get them here right away. Can you do that?" "Yes, Lord Rawl, I'll do it. Will you forgive me, then, for what I did to you and the Mother Confessor?" "Of course. It wasn't your fault. You were being used by an evil person. Now hurry and get going. There isn't a moment to lose." Henrik nodded and raced away back down the woven walkway. Richard stood and looked at the structure, and then he started climbing up onto the top of it. Chapter 82. Crouched low, Richard made his way along the top of the complex that had been constructed entirely of woven branches and vines. Fortunately, it seemed to be strong enough to hold his weight without sagging, and was solid enough that it didn't flex and creak when he moved across it. The drizzle was making it slippery, though. Worse, the drizzle made places where moss and mold grew as slick as ice. Fortunately, the rough, jagged nature of the branches provided some grip for his boots. The woven structure was surprisingly large, in places sprawling out through the swamp in several directions, with clusters of larger sections. His problem was to try to figure out where Colin was inside the maze of rooms and corridors. He had to get it right the first time. He doubted that once it started, he would have a second chance to get her out. All around, smooth-barked trees stood in the murky water on fat, spreading tangles of roots. Their wide-spreading branches held veils of gray-green moss. The water around the trees was in places covered with a thick layer of floating duckweed, making it look like a carpet of lawn. Richard knew that beneath it creatures lurked in the murky depths, waiting for the unwary. In places, the structure made of the branches and vines was attached to the massive trees for stability and support. So many of the thick, stiff vines hung down from the trees that in spots Richard had difficulty getting through them. In other places he had to duck under low branches. And yet other places he had to brush thick webs of moss out of his way. He wanted to go faster, but as he made his way across the slippery top of the structure, he needed to be as quiet as possible so as not to alert anyone down inside. Out in the swamp, the sharp calls of animals echoed across the stretches of dark water. When he glanced over the sloping side of the structure and saw shadows moving beneath the muddy water, Richard reminded himself to be careful. If the fall didn't kill him, something else likely would. In other places, long-legged white egrets stood on roots waiting for unwary fish to pass by. From below the water, other things hunted the egrets. As he moved ahead, he had to carefully skirt a poisonous yellow and red-banded snake lying over a branch hanging down in his way. Richard stopped still, listening. In a pause between the hoots, chirps, and calls of animals out in the swamp, he thought he heard chanting. He squatted down, putting one hand to the roof for balance as he leaned forward and listened. Even though he couldn't make out any words he recognized, he was sure that it was some kind of shouting and chanting. It was hard to tell exactly where it was coming from. The strange sounds were unlike anything he had ever heard before. As he crouched down lower, looking under wispy curtains of moss, Richard spotted what looked like trailers of fog. He thought that it could possibly be smoke. He moved ahead past the moss to get a better look and saw that it was definitely smoke. It wasn't billowing smoke, like that from a fire, but rather thin wisps of whitish smoke, possibly the kind used in certain mystic rituals. As Richard got closer, he could smell the acrid smoke. It was laced with the stink of something dead. When he reached the broad area where he'd spotted it, there was no chimney. The smoke simply seeped right up through the weaving of branches. He was able to hear the crazy chanting, thumping, and carrying on right underneath him. Richard slowly, carefully, as quietly as he could, drew his sword. He didn't think they would be able to hear him over all the noise below, but he wasn't taking any chances. The steel hissed softly as it came out into the gloom. He'd already decided, from everything he knew, that nothing going on below him could be anything good. He knew that Henrik had been drawn to this place after having been sent to retrieve Richard's and Colin's flesh, and when he escaped he was covered in blood. He knew that Colin, through some kind of occult conjuring surrounding the flesh that Henrik had brought back to the hedge-maid, had also been compelled to come to this place. He had no illusions. This was going to be a fight to the death. The sword's rage stormed through him, mixing with his own anger at Colin being taken prisoner. He wasn't even sure that she was still alive. It was all he could do to control the fury pounding through his veins and focus on what he needed to do. Richard remembered all too well Niki's warnings about hedge-maids. She'd said that he had no defense against their powers. That meant that his sword would not work against her. He'd had that experience before, so he took Niki's warning seriously. There wasn't a lot that could be done about it now, though. He had no choice and no time to get help. He had to act. But Niki's warning didn't mean his sword wouldn't work against others, and he could hear a lot of others below him. His only chance was surprise, swiftness of action, and violence. Richard drew the blade across the inside of his arm, letting it bite through his flesh to have a taste of blood. A crimson drop ran down the fuller and dripped off the tip. Richard lifted the blade, stained with blood, and touched it to his forehead. "Blade, be true this day," he whispered. Richard knew that he had to be fast. With all his fury and strength he lifted the sword overhead, pausing for only an instant, and then swept it down between his widespread legs, slicing through the web of woven branches, sticks, and vines. The sound of it parting the thick mat of woven material ripped the heavy air of the swamp. He drew his fists in tight to his chest, held the sword upright, put his legs together, and dropped down through the raw opening. He landed in the heart of madness. Chapter 83. Richard dropped into a crouch as he landed. Glowing hooded forms hovered to the side while figures from a nightmare, their gaunt limbs flailing about in the air, danced around the room, high-stepping, slapping their bony feet to the woven floor, making the whole room drum. Their heads thrown back, needle-sharp teeth bared, they all chanted strange guttural sounds in time with their thumping feet. The sound of it lifted the fine hairs at the back of his neck. The sight of it made him grip his sword all the tighter. A haze of acrid smoke hung in the air. The sharp smell of fresh blood overlay even the stench of death. A small woman in the center of the room, surprised by the intruder, turned to stare up at him with big black eyes. Her lips were sewn closed with strips of leather. Her blackened hands and fingernails were stained with countless layers of filth. Her face had a dark patina of grime and gray soot. Fresh, bright red blood glistened on her chin. He saw it sloshing from side to side in the bowl she was holding. In the center of the chaos, he didn't think she could be anyone other than the hedge-maid. And then across the room, where glowing figures hovered in a cluster, he spotted Colin. It looked like she was trapped behind the very fabric of the thorny wall. All the branches and vines netting her against the wall held her up, but by the way she slumped, she looked to be unconscious. With the heel of his hand to the center of her chest, Richard rammed the small woman back out of his way as he raced toward Colin. After Niki's warning, he didn't want to risk using his sword on the hedge-maid. The glowing figures turned toward him. Their putrid yellow eyes glared with unbridled hatred. Beyond the edges of their glowing bluish cowls, the wrinkled flesh of their grotesque, pitted, and pock-marked faces, covered with warts and open ulcers, contorted with rage as they howled in fury. With knobby, deformed hands, they all reached for him. The sword's tip whistled through the air as Richard swung at them. The glowing forms faded away as the blade swept through them, only to reappear once it was past. Richard hardly noticed, though. His attention was riveted on Colin. The front of her was covered in blood. He could see ripping bite marks on her abdomen, with rows of smaller, needle-sharp punctures on her shoulders and neck. The blood running down her had at first hidden the fact that she was naked. She was also unconscious. At the sight of what they had done to her, Richard went wild with runaway rage, swinging the sword at everything around him. The chanting, bony creatures bared their fangs, snapping at him as they abruptly turned from their dancing and charged in, trying to grab him. The sword swept around with bone-shattering force, splintering limbs and skulls of the gaunt creatures. A shower of fragments from hands and arms, heads and sharp-pointed teeth filled the air of the room. Yet even as he swung at the fiendish figures, taking off arms, legs, and heads, more of them rushed in toward him from the other side. They reached out their claw-like hands, raking his flesh. Richard fought all the harder, without pause. His sword cut down any near enough. Severed limbs and headless bodies lay in piles at his feet. As he stepped into their advancing lines, his sword also slashed through walls, breaking jars and jugs. Glass fragments flew through the air. Pieces of sticks and vine ripped from the walls spun across the room. But the sword didn't seem to diminish the number of bony beings running and dancing around the room as countless more poured in like ants from the dark passageways at the sides and rear of the room. The glowing figures raced in, tearing at his shirt. They finally snatched his arms, their numbers overpowering him. With his sword stilled, the gathering of gangly creatures scuttled in, their faces thrusting toward him, jaws wide, showing their menacing, crowded, sharp little teeth. They darted in, biting him. He reached back and tried to grab one of the glowing figures by the throat, but she cackled with laughter as she evaporated into smoke, only to materialize again inside his reach, close to him, still holding his wrist. Her jaws stretched wide to show her fangs as she abruptly flew in at him. Richard ducked to the side as her jaws snapped closed and she missed. With frantic effort, he spun away from all the hands. Jit was suddenly right there in front of him. She threw a handful of what looked like black dust up at him. It hit him like an iron bar across the face. He fell to the ground, the sword slipping from his grasp. With skeletal fingers, the bony creatures dragged the weapon away. Gnarled, claw-like hands reached out, grabbing him again, pinning him down. Sharp little teeth ripped at his shirt, tearing it away in shreds. Yet more of bony creatures crowded in, biting him on the chest and stomach. Richard was having trouble making his arms and legs move. He was dizzy and couldn't seem to make his vision focus. Jit said something in a strange clicking, squealing language. The hands all around lifted him and slammed him against the wall beside where Colin was encased in the thorny vines. He tried to call out to her, but he couldn't seem to make his voice work. In fact, he realized that he was having trouble breathing. The dust that Jit had thrown at him was burning his lungs. He felt sharp, stabbing pain in his legs as the thorns of the vines the creatures were wrapping around his legs sank into him, helping to keep him from moving. They were going to encase him in the wall like Colin, like others he could see woven into the walls all around the room. As one of the demonic creatures, its skin covered with a greenish-black sheen of slime, sank its sharp fangs into his stomach, another shoved a bowl against him to collect the blood. When it had enough, it rushed it to Jit. Holding it with both stained hands, the hedge-maid drank greedily from the bowl. With the leather strips sewing her lips nearly together, keeping her from opening her mouth very far, she had trouble drinking, so blood dribbled down her face and dripped from her chin. The bony creatures looked like they could be servants of the keeper himself. They moved in a knees-up, high-stepping crouch as they accompanied Jit, crowding in close to her like loyal little lapdogs. Cockroaches emerged at her feet all along the way to drink his blood as it dripped from her chin. Jit spoke in the strange, clicking, squealing language. One of the glowing figures in a cowled cloak swept up to him, pointing a finger at his face. "She says that you, too, like the Mother Confessor, will soon be the walking dead." Richard remembered what the soldier back at the palace had told him. He had said that in the dark lands the dead walked. Richard knew now that it was not superstition. Richard wondered why the hedge-maid's mouth was sewn closed. Chapter 84. It came to him. Richard understood Regula's last message. He just didn't know if it could do him any good. Though the bottom half of his torso was trapped in the thorny vines, his arms were starting to get their strength back, and they were still free, so he stretched around toward Colin. reaching out to touch her face, hoping that somehow she would know that he was there with her. She was unconscious and didn't respond. He had to do something, and fast. The creatures dancing and cavorting through the room, stepping among the shattered bones and limbs of their fellows, seemed to think it was funny to see his affection for Colin. They mocked him, mimicking his gestures, reveling in what they knew was to become of them both. Jit turned to her work of adding pinches of this and that from jars to the smoldering fire in the shallow bowl in the center of the room. From time to time she picked up a slender stick decorated with glossy green feathers, snake skins, and shiny coins to draw spells in ash held in flat trays. Ghostly forms curled out from the fire as she spoke key words in low, guttural, rasping, clicking sounds. Each wisp of smoke coalesced into a deformed figure looking like it had been freed from the darkest reaches of the underworld to float above them. As Jit worked, and the frolicking creatures taunted him, Richard surreptitiously pulled off small pieces of his shredded shirt and rolled them between his finger and thumb. When he had two of them that he judged to be about the right size, he leaned toward Colin to make a show of caressing her face again. Twisting around like that, pulled at the thorns sticking in his legs. He had no choice but to endure it. He could hear the grotesque cackles behind him of those watching and waiting for Jit to finish her work. With his left hand, so that it would cover her face and hide what he was doing, Richard slipped one of the rolled-up pieces of cloth into one of Colin's ears. With a finger he pushed it firmly into place. Without pause he did the same with her other ear. A claw seized his left wrist and pulled it back. Other hands wrapped a thorny vine around the arm and pinned it back against the wall. Yet other creatures pulled a strip of thorny vine across his middle. Richard's strength did no good against so many of these undead creatures. Working as fast as he could with his free hand, he stuffed a rolled-up piece of cloth from his shredded shirt into each of his own ears. He remembered what the machine had told him. Your only chance is to let the truth escape. He needed to do something the hedge maid wouldn't expect. When Jet turned back toward him, he grinned at her. All the creatures drew back, murmuring to themselves at his puzzling behavior. The unexpected was frightening to them. He again gave the hedge maid a very deliberate grin to let her know that he knew something she didn't. He, in fact, knew the truth. The hedge maid, her expression darkening dangerously, glared at him. He needed to get her closer. "You have me," he said as he smiled broadly. "Let Colin go, and I'll cooperate with whatever you want." One of the glowing forms, who was missing a hand, poked him with a finger. "We do not need your cooperation," she said. "Yes, you do," Richard said with absolute conviction while he smiled at the hedge maid. "You need to know the truth." The cowled figure frowned. "The truth?" She turned and spoke to Jit in her strange language. The hedge maid frowned at her companion as she listened, and then stepped up to him. He towered over her, but she did not fear him. She should have. Jit smiled back with as evil a grin as he'd ever seen, her lips parting with the grin as much as the leather sewn through her lips would allow. Richard used his free hand to draw his knife from the sheath at his belt. It felt good to have a blade in his hand. A blade meant salvation. This one was as razor-sharp as truth itself. The hedge maid didn't fear his knife, and with good reason. After all, his sword had proven impotent against her. Richard knew that using a blade to try to cut Jit would be not merely futile, but a deadly mistake. Her aura of powers shielded her, protected her from being cut by him. She had proven that his sword could not harm her, so she certainly didn't fear a mere knife. She should have. Chapter 85. In a blink, before the hedge maid could have second thoughts or guess what he intended, Richard whipped the knife past her face, carefully avoiding cutting her or even the thought of it, so as not to trigger her occult protection. If he was sincerely not trying to cut her, her defenses would not react. With deadly precision, he instead made the tip of the razor-sharp blade sweep in just between her parted lips and sever the leather strips holding her mouth closed. The hedge maid's dark eyes went wide. Her mouth also went wide, something it had never done before. Her jaws opened wide. It looked decidedly involuntary. And then came a scream of such power, such malevolence, such evil, that it seemed to rip through the very fabric of the world of life. It was a scream born in the world of the dead. Jars and bottles exploded. Their contents flew everywhere. Bony creatures covered their heads protectively with their gangly arms. Broken glass, pottery, sticks, and pieces of vine began to move around the room in fits and starts, as if driven by gusts of wind. But then, with ever-growing speed, all the debris lifted into the air and began to circle the room. Even the bony creatures found themselves dragged into the building vortex, their arms and legs flailing as they orbited helplessly around the room among clouds of broken glass and pottery and all the things they had contained. The deadly power of the scream went on unabated, catching all the creatures up in it, along with the mass of rubble. The forms in the cowled cloaks covered their ears as they screamed in terror and pain. It did them no good. As Jit's unleashed scream ripped through the room, they began to be drawn up in the growing tornado of sound and wreckage storming around the room. Blood ran from the ears of those encased in the walls as they shook violently. The bony creatures began to disintegrate, coming apart as if they had been cast of sand, dust, and dirt. Arms and legs fell apart, dissolving in the maelstrom, mixing in with the rest of the rubble circling the room. They shrieked and howled even as they were coming apart. Their terrified cries joined the cry of the endless scream coming from the hedge maid. The glowing forms in the cowled capes began to elongate and rip apart in streams of glowing vapor as they were carried helplessly along in the power of the hedge maid's scream. Lightning flashed and flickered as it, too, was carried around the outside of the room. The very air roared and thundered. In the center of it all, the hedge maid stood, head thrown back, jaws wide, as she screamed her life away. The poison of who she was, of what she was, her wickedness, her corruption, her evil, her dedication to death, and her contempt for life in any form, was escaping in a ripping scream that was the dead end of what she worshipped. The scream was death itself. Now that the truth of the dead soul within her was released, it was taking the life of its host. She was seeing the truth of her dead inner self. Life, her life, was incompatible with the death she carried inside. Death showed her no appreciation and no mercy. Her face began to melt as her own evil, the death at her core, escaped its prison. Blood veins broke, muscle ripped apart, and her skin split open until her bones were exposed. It all added power and force to her death shriek. That scream, its power, its poison, lanced into Richard as well. The pain of it was more than he could stand. Every joint cried out in agony. Every nerve fiber vibrated with the torture of the sound escaping the hedge maid. He, too, was being touched by death that had been freed. As he began to lose consciousness, Richard realized that the plugs he had made for his ears and for Colin's ears were not sufficient to stand up against the malevolence he had unleashed. He had failed. He had failed Colin. He felt a tear of grief for Colin, of his love for her, run down his face, as the screaming, roaring, flashing world went slowly dark and silent. Chapter 86. "If he lives," Kara said, "I'm going to kill him." Nikki smiled, but the thought of Richard dying sent a renewed spike of panic through her. It was too terrifying a thought to contemplate. She laid a hand to his chest as somber soldiers gently laid his unconscious form beside Colin in the back of the wagon. Blood seeped through the blankets Richard and Colin were both wrapped in, but Nikki could feel his heart beating, feel the breath of life in his lungs. Colin, thankfully, was alive as well, for now the two of them were alive, and that was what mattered most. "He will live," Nikki said. "Both of them will, if I have anything to say about it." By the looks of what had happened in the room where they had found them, it was perhaps surprising that they were both alive, much less in one piece. It had been frightening to have to pull them both out of the prison of thorn branches and vines they had been encased in. "What's this?" Zed asked with a frown. Nikki came out of her thoughts and took the little object from him. It looked to be a rolled-up wad of cloth. "I don't know. Where did you find it?" "In his ear." Zed sounded astonished. He waved a finger, pointing. "Look, there's another in his other ear." He pulled it out and held it up to show her. Nikki bent over the side of the wagon and checked Colin. She had them too. Nikki pulled a little plug out of each of Colin's ears and held them up to look at them. She smiled then, as she closed them in her fist. "No wonder they're alive." "What are you talking about?" Zed asked. "How much do you know about hedge maids?" Zed shrugged. "I may have heard of them when I was a boy, but I didn't hear much. I also heard Richard ask the abbot about them, but I don't really know anything about them. Why?" Kara looked like she wanted to kill someone, and she wasn't all that particular about who it was going to be. "I'd like to know that myself." Nikki gestured back down the slope to the dense swamp where the structure had been that the boy Henrik had told them about. They might never have found it in time to save Richard and Colin had it not been for the boy. He had led them to where Richard and Colin were imprisoned. Zed had used wizard's fire to destroy the place along with all its contents, including the unidentifiable bloody remains of the hedge maid. There wasn't so much as a stick left. "It is said that the sound made by a hedge maid, were she allowed to open her mouth all the way, is the sound of the keeper himself, and that it will pull the person making the sound and anyone who hears it into the underworld. The full scream of a hedge maid is death, even to herself, so at a young age hedge maids have their lips sewn shut by their mothers before they can fully develop a voice." "And the father just lets the mother sew their child's mouth shut?" Kara asked. Nikki glanced up. "Hedge maids, like some spiders, subdue and then suck the blood out of the male after they've mated." "Lovely," Kara said under her breath. "How do you know all this?" Zed asked. Nikki arched an eyebrow at the wizard. "I was once a sister of the dark, remember? Sisters of the dark serve the keeper of the underworld. We know a lot about the world of the dead and those who are devoted to it." Zed scratched his jaw and changed the subject. "So you think that Richard and Colin are alive because they stuffed those wads of cloth in their ears?" Nikki leaned in the low wagon and touched 2 fingers to Colin's head. "Here, see for yourself." Zed added his first 2 fingers to Colin's forehead. "What do you feel?" Nikki asked as she watched his eyes. Zed was frowning. "I don't know. Some kind of darkness." He suddenly looked up at her. "It's the same thing I felt the last time I tried to heal her." Nikki nodded. She was pleased that the wizard recognized it. It would make what they had to do easier. "That's the touch of death that a hedge maid carries." Kara looked suddenly more than alarmed. "You mean to say that they have death in them, that they're going to die?" "Not if I have anything to do with it," Nikki said. They were touched not only by the hedge maid's occult conjuring, but more importantly by her scream, touched by death itself. "But you can heal them," Kara said. It was not a question, but Nikki treated it as such. "I'm pretty sure that I can, now that the hedge maid is dead and has no connection to them." She took a deep breath. Richard must have cut the leather strips sewing the hedge maid's mouth shut. Fortunately, he was smart enough to plug his and Colin's ears first. It didn't stop the sound from getting in, death from getting in, but it blunted it. "So they were touched by death from the hedge maid," Zed said. "And that's what I'm feeling in her?" Nikki finally nodded. "I'm afraid so." "But you can heal them," Zed said, sounding a lot like Kara had. "I think so," she said. "I was a sister of the dark. This is the kind of thing I know about. But I can't do it here. I need to do it in a containment field." "The Garden of Life," Kara said at once. "That's a containment field." Nikki smiled at Kara and then signaled to Benjamin. The wagon started moving with a jolt. "That's why I want to get them back there as soon as possible. Zed and I can keep them alive for a while and heal their wounds, but we need to get them back to the Garden of Life to fully heal them, to get the touch of death out of them." She gestured up at Henrik on the seat by the soldier driving the wagon. "He was touched by the hedge maid's powers and will need to be healed as well, but it's not as serious with him. He did not hear death's call." The line of cavalry brought their horses in protectively around the wagon as it rolled through the gloom among the towering trees. The steel-gray clouds were so low they stole through the treetops, as if escorting the intruders away from the dark lands. Having thought it over, Kara still didn't look satisfied. "Why can't you heal them now?" she wanted to know. "Why do you have to wait until you get back to the Garden of Life?" "They have been touched by death. We need a containment field to shield them while we do what we need to do. We need to heal them, but to do so we must also remove that touch of death that is lodged within them. If we try to do that here, that touch of death will call the Keeper of the Dead to them, and they will die. So we must wait until we can do it in a containment field in the Garden of Life." "Oh," Kara said. "I guess that makes sense." "The Omen machine is in that containment field as well," Zed reminded her. "Do you have a better idea?" Nikki asked him. "I guess not," Zed grumbled unhappily. "That machine saved their lives," Nikki said. "Remember the last thing it said to Richard? Your only chance is to let the truth escape. The machine told Richard how to destroy a hedge maid. I didn't even know to do that. Richard figured it out." Zed's bushy brows drew down. "You really think so?" Nikki smiled down at the two of them lying unconscious in the wagon. "Why do you think he plugged their ears?" A slow smile overcame the old man. "The boy got it right." His frown returned in a rush. "Why do you suppose the machine told him that, saved his life?" "Isn't it obvious?" Nikki asked. "Obvious?" As they walked along on each side of the wagon, Nikki gave the wizard a sidelong glance. "The machine needs him." "Needs him," Zed repeated unhappily. "To fulfill its purpose," Nikki said. "I remember," he grumbled again. "Whatever its purpose is," he added under his breath. Nikki laid a hand on Richard's chest as she walked along beside the wagon, releasing a comforting trickle of sustaining additive magic into him, letting him know that he was not alone with the whisper of death inside him. On the other side of the wagon, Zed did the same for Colin. Nikki felt Richard take a deeper breath. He knew she was there. Even if he couldn't answer, somewhere deep down inside, he knew. Nikki dared to allow herself to let go of her panic. They were both finally safe. It had been a frightening journey. Knowing where Richard had been headed, Nikki hadn't expected to ever see him alive again. At least for now, they were in good hands, and they would recover once they were back at the palace and she and Zed and Nathan could heal them properly. Nikki was so relieved that she had no words to fully express it. She was also angry at Richard for going after a hedge maid. She had warned him. She had told him how dangerous they were. She had told him to stay away from hedge maids, but he had gone anyway. Nikki supposed that he had no choice. He had to go after Colin. Who else but Richard would walk into a hedge maid's lair to save the woman he loved? Who else but Richard? "They look cute lying there together," Kara said as she gazed down at them over the edge of the wagon. The Mord Sith's face suddenly went red. "You won't tell them I said that?" Again, it was not a question. Nikki smiled. For the first time in many days, she really smiled. "Not a word of it," she said. "Good," Kara muttered. She looked up toward the head of the line of soldiers. "General, would you get this column moving a bit faster? We have to get them back to the palace." Benjamin looked back over his shoulder with a smile and gave his wife a salute of a fist to his heart. Then he urged his horse to pick up the pace. End. End of The Omen Machine by Terry Goodkind.